Call the meeting to order. Mr. Dene?
Which one?
The gentleman sitting to your right, my former opponent. Would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, sir?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And you were not my opponent, you were my friend. We had a good time.
Yes, sir.
At this time, we'll observe a moment of silence. Mr. Dortch.
Yeah, if we'd remember Richard Shute, who was a very active member on my NAB and very, very strong proponent of issues in the North Valleys and in Panther Valley, who passed away recently.
So we'll include him in our memories. Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Haschev. Here. Guston. Here. Zadra. Here. Sferaza. Here. Dorch. Ayazi. Cashel.
Here. Before we go to approval of the agenda, there's no proclamation today, no presentations. Public comments at 12 noon. Public hearings 12:15. Item F1, Military Road. F2, Lake Ridge. F3, letter of agreement with IFF. Local 731. Time certain at 4 o'clock. Potential direction to staff regarding the state legislature and other matters. Mr. Guston, you had asked for a 2 o'clock for the SAD. What item number is that?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is item J5.
J5. J5, we will set a hearing at 2 o'clock on item J5.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry I didn't get it to you earlier, sir.
It's okay.
Any other items? Time certain, 4 o'clock for legislature. Any other changes?
The only thing I'd say, Mr. Mayor, is that C5, approval of that should be contingent on the later agenda item.
Okay, C5, yes. Okay. Any other changes? Chair will entertain a motion to approve the agenda. Have a motion second. All in favor say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Approval of the minutes for January 19, January 26. Any changes? Chair will entertain a motion. Have a motion second. All in favor say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Public comment. Anybody wishing to speak would fill out a blue speaking card. E.D. Watts or E.P. Watts?
Ed Watts.
Ed Watts? Sorry about that, sir.
Billy Chen says aye.
Oh, Ed Watts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir.
That's okay. How are you?
Good. And you?
Good.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you. My name is Ed Watts. I represent Graffiti Removal Services. I've helped out the city in the past few years remove, eradicate, and protect against graffiti. I'd like to offer my help. I know it's a tough time right now. I know the budgets are being cut, but there's ways I can help you cut the cost, and I'd like to present you with a little folder of that.
If you would, if you'd give it to the secretary
Okay.
over here, and then we will get staff to get in touch with you.
Thank you, sir.
All right? Thank you. Leonard Muntz?
That would be Munoz, sir.
Munoz, I'm sorry, sir.
That's okay.
I'm having a problem. You know, a guy takes a day off and you got to get retrained.
Not a problem, sir. My name
Okay,
is
Merck.
Leonard Munoz, and thank you all for allowing me to come before you to express my thoughts regarding the issues before this panel. I am bewildered, frustrated, and scared, like most Reno citizens, of the pending layoffs of city employees. As a senior citizen, I am particularly concerned about the layoffs in the police and fire departments. It's been well documented in the newspapers, in the media, the television, the radio, of all the problems that the state of Nevada, the city of Reno, has had. And I don't know whether this panel could have done anything to forestall this situation. I don't know if you were or were not paying attention to what was coming, if you were paying attention 3 or 4 years ago, when a lot of people saw this coming. I don't know if some of you were too busy running for higher office. I don't know if some of you were too busy stumping for Harry Reid, which brings me to another point. Where's Mr. Reid now? Is he helping us? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Personal insults go a long way. Tanya Hayes.
Dear City Council members, Mr. Mayor.
Identify yourself for the record, please.
Okay,
I'm
my
sorry.
name is Tanya Hayes.
Thank you.
Thank you. As I was reading yesterday about the upcoming layoffs of police officers and firefighters, I was both saddened and distressed. It's only 10 short years since September 11th, when we all swore to never forget the heroic actions of our first responders, how quickly our priorities change. No matter your opinion on the exact role or optimal size of government, I think everyone would agree that we need public police and fire departments to provide public safety. We just can't all provide that for ourselves. As much as I truly value all other aspects of city government as well, I think that the number one priority, the core duty of the City Council, is to provide its constituents with public safety. And it seems to me that the number of public safety officers should be calculated based on need, not based on what monies are available at any given time. Once the need has been calculated based on the number of people and buildings in any given area, etc., you then make it your number one priority to make sure that you always have the money to fund this, no matter what. A bad economy is no excuse for decreasing public safety. In fact, I'm pretty sure a bad economy with increased unemployment and poverty, etc., means we need more public safety officers, not fewer. When I read that the city has to use general funds to pay for bond debt for the downtown event center and therefore feels it has to go through these layoffs, I think something is seriously wrong. Event centers, railroad trenches, hunting stores, and baseball parks may somehow seem to the city like a good idea to invest in, but in essence, you gambled with our money, including public safety money, and I ask you to please never do that again. The next time you consider taking on debt for some perhaps well-intended project, please consider the worst-case scenario when it comes to the economy, and whether you may get to a point where you have to lay off police officers and firefighters to pay for the debt. And if public safety layoffs are part of a possible scenario, then please just don't do it. If your constituents can't get the help they need, expect, and deserve when they call 911, your debt decisions may literally end up being a matter of life and death. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Chad Dene.
Hello, folks. My name is Chad Dene. I was recently the challenger for the position of mayor of Reno. Received almost 25,000 votes just using my feet and my mouth. I figured my mouth would have been worth more than that. I want to remind you, Mr. Munoz, that these folks right here didn't allow you to come speak. The U.S. Constitution allowed you to come down here and speak in the open meeting law. They're the ones that limit you to 3 minutes. Yes, sir, I understand that. Folks, I'm here to talk about the layoffs, and I find it interesting that the news stations are here today. Channels 2, 4, and 8. There was a little thing called an election that took place back in November, and channels 2, 4, and 8 neglected to ever even come talk to the challenger. The people voted me through the primaries to become their representative, and 2, 4, and 8 found it wasn't necessary to find out who I was. I still received 25,000 votes. Yet here they are today, after the fact, now that we have this problem, here they are to report it. And I'm going to tell you, you know what, maybe had they gone in, and please don't take this as a personal insult, and you are my friend, okay? But maybe had they come and talked about these things, some of this stuff would have come up, and maybe the election would have been a little bit closer, or maybe some problems could have been solved a little bit earlier until we came to this point. I know you folks don't make the decision on these layoffs by yourself, okay? But I do find it interesting, 2, 4, and 8 didn't feel it worthwhile to do an interview with the challenger for the mayor position, but yet they are down here to report on these terrible layoffs that are taking place. And during this election, I received flyers from the 3 people that were running for office, the propaganda in my mail that came, and it's interesting, none of them talked about the potential layoffs that were going to take place for our fire and our police personnel. Just seemed to neglect the fact that, once again, that these things were out there. The people of Reno deserve to know the truth, and they deserve to know what is presented in front of them. I myself really do believe that had these media people not ignored me, these things would have been brought to the forefront a lot sooner. But yet here we are, we've got, they say 14% unemployment, but the truth of the matter is it's closer to 25%. I myself just received 25,000 votes to be the mayor of this town, but yet amazingly, while the election was going on, I lost my job. And I have not been able to find work and have been denied unemployment. I've been out of work for 5 months. And I'm not down here to whine to you people. I know you people all make good money. I'm not down here to whine to you people because as a Marine, these things just make me stronger, and they motivate me to continue on even harder to try to find a solution to the problem. The insidious spending, obviously, over the years have got us to this point. We need to find a solution. All right, I had some solutions that I was going to offer up with my plan, but I wasn't going to divulge that. But you know what? Anybody wants to talk to me about some solutions, I'm not, you know, I'm not a, okay, anyways, that's my time. Thank you, people.
Thank you. Jerry Purdy?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councilman. My name is Jerry Purdy. I'm a retired professional Nevada federal highway engineer who's been involved in the design and construction of many roads, bridges, and related flood control projects in California and Nevada. In my professional opinion, flood control projects are about the easiest public works project to design and construct. I don't want my comments to be taken as personal criticism of anyone. Other engineers and I have serious concerns about several aspects of the flood control project, especially its ever-increasing size and its out-of-control cost. We've been studying the project since 1980 and still no major decisions have been made defining the scope of the project, commitment of federal funds, or exactly how much taxes we citizens are going to have to pay. In contrast, Reno, to their credit, administered the design and construction of the $275 million retract project, essentially completing it on time and within budget. Another example, in a real display of leadership after the '97 flood, Sparks spent about $10 million of their own funds upgrading flood protection on their side of the river from Glendale to Vista. They pulled out about 23,000 yards of gravel. They hardened and repaired the banks and levees and took other measures to protect their citizens in the event of another flood. Now, 14 years later, the Flood Control Agency has done little, if anything, to protect citizens, the airport, or other projects on the opposite or Reno side of the river. Their focus has always been on raising bridges, not dredging underneath them. In 1964, the Corps dredged out about 1,600 feet of channel from Arlington to Sierra and increased the flow to about 14,000 cubic feet a second. The Corps recommended dredging and deepening other sections of the channel by about 1.5 feet to increase flow, but this was never done primarily because of the flood control's closed-minded opposition to dredging. Whitewater parks are fine, but dredging isn't. How much might have been saved and side street disruptions eliminated if dredging were implemented instead of the numerous bridge reconstructions proposed? Certainly, dredging in the fashion of added whitewater rafting runs would be a win-win prospect. Again, flood control remains committed to raising bridges rather than implementing a low-cost or debris removal program like so many communities have. Sadly, other professional engineers and I have been unsuccessful getting flood control to consider our comments. We fully support the mayor and other council's concerns about the agreement as reported in recent newspaper articles. I urge delay in approval of the agreement until the council's concerns are fully addressed. Following is some data from historical records. The 97 flood flow was about 18,000 cubic feet a second. The channel could hold 14,000, so the overbank flow was 42. That's 80. The outflow from Lake Tahoe, Martis, and Donner Lake is 87% of that total. The 97 flood could have been reduced 87% if the reservoir spillway gates had been closed.
All right, thank you very much. Gary Norris?
My name's Gary Norris, emeritus faculty member of the Civil and Environmental Engineering Department at UNR. And if it helps, Carnegie Case Nevada Professor of the Year. I'd like to continue with some of the comments by Jerry, because he and I agree. The 97 flood could have been reduced 87% if the reservoir spillway gates had been open. Closing gates is a no-cost stroke of the pen flood control measure and should have been implemented. We have reservoirs on all major branches of the Truckee River. It's insanity not to fully use them for flood control. The Truckee River operating agreement stated insofar as practical, which is permissive and does not restrict emergency measures. During the 97 flood, had the 17 gates controlling outflow from Lake Tahoe remained closed for 3 days, the lake would have risen only 3 inches. Another extremely important, largely ignored issue of the Corps of Engineers requiring for a 1 or greater project cost-benefit ratio estimated. Cost-benefit ratio is 1985, $82 million, and a couple other figures that Jerry has probably sent you. In summation of Jerry's comments, we think the flood control leadership should be made to reduce the ever-increasing scope and out-of-control cost before requiring the public to participate in the funding of the project. I sent now my comments, each of you an email with 2 attachments, but I'd like to just briefly go over the basic statement of that email. I would like to express my opinion that the flood control project is currently envisioned, costing some $1.6 billion, has been way too long in development and is economically unrealistic in the proposed reconstruction of Reno's downtown bridges. 6 years ago, when the cost of the project was $340 million, Jerry Purdy and I expressed the opinion that flow capacity could be returned to acceptable level if the 5 feet thickness of sediment that had collected in the channel of the downtown area were removed and then restored, the restored channel stabilized, bottom stabilized with modern and environmentally friendly technology. Since then, the Virginia Street Bridge has been left to fail, a bridge that could have been made whole in the same fashion as the Winnemucca Bridge of the same age that NDOT successfully restored. Realize that reconstruction of Reno's downtown bridges means losing a block or more on either side of the river in order to achieve a new higher clearance. Center Street Bridge was only recently rebuilt and would need to be torn down and needlessly reconstructed to achieve this higher clearance. Consider in addition the time and disruption that would have to be accommodated during construction of the new bridges. I respectfully submit that this issue be revised before any flood control group be finalized. And then I comment on the 2 attachments that go into further detail on my opinion and maybe some of Jerry's. article by Susan Voiles, and also a letter that I wrote in 2005 along with the article to the Downtown Improvement Agency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mark Markel. Markle? Come on up, Mark Kell.
Hello, people. Mark, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, that's a good thing. Mark Markel, concerned Reno resident. Yeah, I know I don't talk very well, but that's what happens when you get in the car with the drunk driver. Last time I was here, I said that there's 61 DUI arrests in 2007. I meant from December 15th to January 1st. And, I think people mistake me and thought I meant the whole year, but it's just over. In 2007, there were 61 DUI arrests. In 2008, there were 46. And in 2009, there were 43. And in 2010, there were 31. I thank you, people. You're doing a good job. The numbers are going down. So I just wanted to warn you people about getting in the car drunk drivers. I did. We rolled 8 times, and I got ejected, and the car landed on my head and put me in a coma for a month. And this is it's stupid, but this is all because of getting in the car with a drunk driver. I was drunk too, but I still got in the car with a drunk driver. And I just want to be sure the rest of you don't. And if you're drunk and driving, don't let anyone get in the car with you because you're stupid enough to do that. Don't wreck somebody else's life over that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very good point, Mark. Appreciate it very much.
Sorry.
Did you have another comment card turned in? Okay. Mr. Sam Dene.
Sam Dene, the Encyclopedia of Reno Government. Sam is an Air Force Academy graduate. There's no question about the fact that Sam is the most qualified person to be leading our government, whether it's a city, state, or county level, maybe even the country level. Sam Dene has been at every city council meeting since 1995. And just today, Sam found out why these meetings start late. One of the staff members told me that you guys are upstairs sticking more pins in the Sam Dene voodoo dolls up there. What's with that? Next thing I'm going to, nice chortle, Mr. Mayor. I want to introduce, I've never done it before, I want to introduce some of the staff members. Over there we have $240,000. Over there we have $200,000. Over there we have $220,000. Over there we have $140,000. Over there we have $200,000, $130,000, $150,000, $125,000, $140,000. Are you adding this up, Mr. Mayor?
I need more batteries in my...
Oh, okay. So you got the idea. Massive amounts of salaries going over there. Tons of people being laid off. Oh, and there's the chief of police. I'm really sorry that the Sam Dene kiss of death got rid of the best man. Am I doing that to the lights? Come on now. The kiss of death should not have come forward just because Sam recognized Steve Pitts to be the best man for chief of police. I don't know if you've been laying down paper on him or what, but I don't believe that he does not want the job. But that's all I have on that. The Scientology cult zealots and their poobahs and potentates who sign the checks and pull the strings must be going crazy, wondering why they allowed the vote riggers to steal so many votes from the wrong people during this last election. It was obvious that massive amounts of votes were stolen because there's no way that the citizens of Reno wanted things to come to this mess. Sam Dene has been every city council meeting, and Sam Dene, you know, Sam really, really hates to say, "I told you so." God, I really hate to say "I told you so," but I told them so. And there's the media back there. I told you so many times, his battery would go dead trying to even count how many times I told you so. But you're just the culprits. The media regurgitators, they're the criminals. They're the ones who are destroying our community. The media, 248, the Reno Gazette regurgitator, that lady who purports to be a reporter back there, they're the reason our city is going down the drain, and I love our city. I haven't been paid for one thing that I've done here in all these many years. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of salaries of people over there, pencil pushers, and we need pencil pushers, but it's a shame. And all these hardworking government is put in place to protect the citizens. You're getting rid of the people who are out there to protect the citizens so you can save. Oh, and I forgot to add up your salaries too, but I won't go there. Too many bloated salaries, too many non-qualified people, and too many terrible, terrible people calling themselves news reporters.
Thank you for your input. Any other comment cards? Close the public comment section. Bring it back to the table. We're now into cash disbursements. Item B, Mr. Hashep? None? Mr. Dortch, any? Mr. Guston? All right, Chair will entertain a motion for approval of the cash disbursements January 16, January 29. Have a motion. Do I have a second? Have a second. All in favor say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. At this time, we'll go to the consent agenda. C1A1, okay. We have one on C1A, so we'll pull that one for discussion. Any others for discussion? Mr. Fraser.
C6, Mr. Mayor.
C6. Mr. Guston.
I'm not going to pull an agenda item, Mr. Mayor, but I need to make a correction. It was pointed out to me by council that when I said at 2 o'clock time certain is actually for agenda item G3, not J5.
Okay, G3? Okay, all right. And they've notified the people? Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
We are pulling, just for the, we're pulling out C5, I think, right, for the Truckee River
Yes, we're
Bridge?
pulling out C5 for discussion. All right, anything else? Chair will approve. Oh, Mr. Dene. A little short getting here, sir.
Sam Dene, the Encyclopedia of Reno Government. Now that I've got my blood pressure down to about 190 over 110, I guess I can calm down a little bit. See, we figured out why the media hasn't been coming here. They've been down working out, building those big guns like that young man over there. They're busy at the workout place. At any rate, I just want to say a quick thing about the consent agenda. I noticed that you pulled a few of them off at the request of some citizens relative to the giving out the liquor license and that sort of thing. My opinion has always been that when you're giving out a liquor license, at least a new one, that you should have the person trying to get the liquor license, that person should, or a representative should come to the podium so you can at least, advise them about what you expect out of them and maybe ask them a few questions to find out what's going on. Maybe even give them a chance to promote their new nightclub or bar or casino. Down in Carson City, they do that. Every person that wants a liquor license has to go to the podium and answer some questions or make some points. And I'm not against any of these liquor licenses. I just thought it might be a good idea. Liquor licenses are very, very critical things, and that's the first thing that's going to be on the consent agenda. Along with that, I do want to compliment you on following Sam's directives and keeping the consent agenda to relatively mundane items, because for the citizens out in TV land, these folks are going to vote on about 15 items, all with one vote. I noticed that a couple of citizens are going to come to the podium to make their cases about their particular items, and I'm glad that they're able to do that.
Thank you very much. Chair will entertain a motion for approval of all agenda items except the ones we pulled. Second? All in favor, say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item C1A1, Ms. Shannon Dobbs. Excuse me, Mr. Dobbs. I misread it, sir.
No problem, Mayor Kuchel. Members of council, I'm here apparently at the behest of San Benet. My name is Shannon Dobbs, and I am the owner of the Five Star Saloon and have been for the previous 5 years, along with my business partner, Angie Sophia Dobbs. We have a new liquor license and a new gaming license up. C1C1 is another one, and I just wanted to bring to the council's attention that this is, in fact, an administrative name change brought about by the fact that Angie Sophia Dobbs has a disability that has progressed to the point where she's no longer able to continue in the business. Therefore, we're changing the name of the license over to my name and an LLC under my control.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you very much. I apologize, sir. Any other discussion on that one? Chair will entertain a motion for approval of item C1A1.
Move to approve.
Have motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Then we'll go to item C6, excuse me.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, on C6, just a couple questions. When was this last updated?
Good afternoon. My name's Terry Svetich, Engineering Manager for City of Reno Public Works. The original Stormwater Quality Management Program was first adopted in 2001, and then I had done an update to that document in 2005, and it was mostly just an update to the progress of the elements that we were already doing. And this is we feel that a full update is warranted now because of the new permits language that was requesting more water quality analysis on all the tributaries in the Truckee River and several other pieces that are in the new permit that had not been addressed before.
And this was required by NDEP, correct?
Correct.
And then just another question, because I did see, and I do want to thank staff for this, is that they've agreed to a 5% reduction in fees. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So what was their original bid amount? Was that the 218 and now they're going down to the 196?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's it, Mr. Mayor. I'll go ahead and make a motion for approval.
Have a motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. All right, this time we will go to item F1. Madam Secretary, have all the notices been sent?
Yes, yes, Mr. Mayor, and no correspondence was received.
Okay. Any public comment cards? All right, I'll bring it to the table for discussion. Any discussion from staff?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'll move to uphold the recommendation of the planning.
I have motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item F11, ordinance introduction.
Bill number 6736, an ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Rezoning a 35,649 square foot area located 260 feet southwest of the Military Road Lemon Drive intersection to establish AC arterial commercial zoning together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Second. I have a motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Now we'll go to Lake Ridge Place, item F2. We have a couple of people that would speak, but Madam Secretary, have all the notices been sent?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we received one letter in opposition from Eddie Anderson.
Okay. We have a couple of people wish to speak. Mr. Doug Smith. You're in opposition? Ms. Melton? Same thing? All right, thank you very much. Enter into the records. All right. Now we'll go to item F2. Having no other public comment cards, I'll close the public comment, bring it back to the table for discussion.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
either from legal, probably, can you give us from your memory, how many similar requests we've gotten from previous projects and the time period that we've given to the majority of those?
Marilyn Craig, Deputy City Attorney. Off the top of my head, I think we have 4 of these, if you're referring to the voluntary fees impact agreement. I believe there are 4, so there would be 3 other in addition to this, and I think that they are all have been agreeable to continue their voluntary payment of the impact fee. And I believe in this case also Mr. Topol is willing to agree to a continuation of the voluntary impact fee.
And the time period, we've had some of those fluctuate. We've had from 2 to quite a bit more time.
The difference of those times have to do with whether it's a tentative map or a special use permit. In this case, this is a tentative map, but because the state changed the law, he had originally 2 years in which to bring a final map in, and so state law changed to 4 years, but there was a question as to whether that would apply to his particular case. We did some legal research and thought that it would be appropriate to apply those additional 2 years to his case. And so then we made the voluntary impact fee agreement consistent with that additional 2 years. So it's continued for 2 years.
Thank you.
Did they apply within the time limit,
Yes.
or were they late?
No, they were not late in the sense that the state had given additional 2 years. And from a legal point of view, we are saying if they apply any time within the 4 years, that we should give consideration to allowing them the full 4 years, but no more than that. So we would not consider them late.
Okay, so they filed for the extension for the 2 years.
Yes.
Any other discussion? Yes, Ms.
And I believe Councilman Iazzi had brought this up last time on the extensions of the maps. Has staff had the opportunity to review all the conditions? Because some of the conditions of approval indicated certain things such as roadway improvements, signal improvements. Vern, are any of those going to take effect?
Vern Cloud, Senior Planner. When they come in for their final map, whatever is applicable to that portion of the final map, they would have to comply with the conditions that are on the project related to traffic improvements, whatever improvements are associated with that particular map. So the conditions just go along with the project as it proceeds. And any updates to information or anything that would be required would have to be provided based on how the conditions are structured. So the conditions are all still applicable, and everything that they were required originally to do, they would have to do with this extension at the appropriate time.
And then I guess a question for Marilyn legally. Is this particular parcel subject to bankruptcy, or does that come into play when we're looking at these? Because are we agreeing to extend the tentative map for this particular applicant? What happens if it does go through a bankruptcy proceeding?
I think with respect to the question of bankruptcy, Mr. Topol and his counsel are present, and that may be a better person to answer that.
Yes, because I'd like to know if this is tied up in bankruptcy.
Yeah, I have a question, but Marilyn, if it is and it changes, I guess this is a broad question for any of these, what happens then? Do the conditions stay in place with the applicant?
Generally, the conditions would stay in place. However, the bankruptcy court, of course, is always in control. And so we would appear before the bankruptcy court and argue that the conditions should stay in place. If the project is going to continue, it may be that the project is not going to continue. Just depends on the nature of the bankruptcy, the conditions of all of it. So it's hard to predict on any one case what might happen.
And then I guess the question for Mr. Topol or whoever's here representing the applicant on that issue.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, my name is Louis Test, and I was actually here to address the zoning issues, but I did talk to Mr. Topol about the bankruptcy issues. A portion of this map is in the reorganizational plan. Okay, so the reorganizational plan has to be consistent with the tentative map. And as long as you get the financing, you move forward with the reorganizational plan, it should have no effect, and all the conditions and requirements of the tentative map would be required to be complied with.
I guess that's what makes me a little nervous, Marilyn, because if it is subject, and I thought this piece was part of the bankruptcy reorganization, because if a court can come forward then, because if you recall this, in this Councilwoman Zadra's ward, but we had a lot of testimony on this, Mr. Mayor, with the residents around there, and we went through several conditions to make sure that we're mitigating the impacts of what the residents' concerns were.
Of course, as you've heard Mr. Test say, that those conditions will stay intact if the project is going to proceed.
Can bankruptcy remove those conditions?
Yeah, that's what
I'm not a bankruptcy attorney, but I don't see how they could remove those conditions. They'd have to come back for approval before this board or before the city, because we're stuck with that tentative map, and we've got to comply with the tentative map. And any changes would have to come back before, the same as we are here requesting an amendment to the conditions.
One last question, Mr. Mayor, for Marilyn, then. What is our obligation to approve this extension?
It's in your sole discretion as to whether you want to do that or not. You don't have to.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, this is in my ward, and I will not be making the motion on this, because you might remember I was the sole dissenting vote when this project came in front of the council a year and a half ago, and for the same reasons. Although that's why I asked the question of legal, and thank you, Marilyn, for clarifying or reconfirming. There have been many projects that have had to come forward and make a similar request, just given the economic conditions that we're in, and my concern is not in conflict. I mean, everyone has the right to try and make it through these economic times and get an extension. I just cannot vote for it because I didn't vote for the project in the first place.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I need to have a conversation with the city attorney because I actually abstained when this project came before us, and it's indicated in the staff report because of the relationship. I believe you still have a relationship with the Jasics, right, in managing the lake. Is it Lakeside Golf Course? Is there still a management agreement in place, Mr. Topol? So for that reason...
Let the record show Mr. Topol said yes.
Yeah, I was going to just say that, Mr. Murphy.
Go ahead.
So I just want to make sure, I mean, this is an extension of an agreement. I'm not voting on the project itself. I mean, obviously, it's an item of disclosure. Do I need to abstain on this as well?
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. I recall the advice and the conversation that we had prior. I think it relates to the project itself, and the prior legal advice we provided you would apply to the extension too.
Okay. All right, so I'll have to abstain on this one, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Isaac?
Yeah, for staff, one of the reasons we have the fees on, are we worried that when we keep extending these out years and years that the fees won't be enough? I mean, for constructing some of these things?
Burn Close Senior Planner, what particular fees are you?
Well, any fees that we impose, you know, that
Well,
we have on here, like they say, well, we'll do this intersection improvement, but, you know, 5 years from now, it's going to be a lot more expensive than it was. Perhaps.
If they're required to construct the improvement, they would have to pay the cost to construct the improvement at the time.
But some of these are just the fees that they're paying for police and the impact fees. So it's just a dollar figure, correct?
And I don't know specifically what those impact fee numbers are, but I think, was there a fee schedule set on that? Because I wasn't involved in that. The fees for the impact fees?
No, it was just if they had.
Oh, that's
if they
right.
adopted it.
That's right. The fees were, how would they pay it? Well, there's no impact fees for police adopted at this point.
Just
So,
voluntary
so,
fees.
so what they would do is if we implemented the fees by the time or before this agreement expires, then they would retroactively pay what those fees are as established for anything they built up to that time. That's how that would work.
So it's the fees established at the time that they built, not the fees established at the time of approval.
Well, at this point, there's no impact fee established, again, for police. So if we establish that fee tomorrow and they hadn't built anything yet, then they would pay what that fee is now. If they built something in the meantime and then we establish the fees before this agreement expires, then they would retroactively pay that based on whatever they had built up to that time.
And what's this in
And
the
then
staff report,
continue.
though, about the voluntary fees?
Yeah, it's 32, Dave.
Exhibit A.
Condition 32. It
condition
says we
32.
have to approve them, and whatever we approve when we establish the impact fee, then it would be retroactive for them. So we have to adopt those fees first.
Okay, so it's covered under that. Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions? Mr. Dorch?
Not questions, Mr. Mayor, just discussion.
All right, discussion, Mr. Dorch.
Before you have that discussion, I would like to add that the state has extended the period to 4 years from 2 years. Whether it applies to this case or not is a question. Whether it applied to cases that were already in the pipeline, so to speak. And so looking at it legally, we felt that that was what the legislature intended, was to give them 4 years in which to file their tentative map. So in that sense, we would recommend to you that you do give this additional 2 years.
The 2 years?
Just the 2 years, right. They had 2 years originally. State gave them arguably 2 more years. Of course, there is the gray area here.
Right.
But the state has in considering the economic conditions.
But we could do one if we wanted to.
Yes, you could do one.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dorch?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I look at this like all the others that we've seen come before us, and I think giving them the additional 2 years is appropriate. I know that there might be some circumstances that have been brought up regarding the bankruptcy, but I think if we don't do this, it might impact their ability to do the reorganization. If the entitlements aren't there for the project anymore, I think that would drastically change what's before the bankruptcy court as far as the reorganization goes. So from my standpoint, I really don't look at it any different than any of the others that we've had come before us, and I think it's appropriate to move forward.
Is that a motion?
But you
Well,
want-
any
I'll
other
make-
discussion right
I'll make a
now?
motion to approve staff's recommendations.
We're good. That's a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion, Mr. President?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to go ahead and support the motion based on what I heard from the applicant's attorney, Mr. Test, on the record, also our attorney, Marilyn Craig, that the conditions will be in place even with the bankruptcy court before they could proceed with the project.
All right. Have a motion, second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
No.
Excuse me.
Continue now.
I have-
And again, I'll repeat for the same reason that because I didn't approve it in the first, when it was first in front of us, I don't have a problem with the extension. I believe that's justified, but I didn't approve the project in the first place, so I won't approve the extension.
And don't forget the one abstention.
That's right. There's one abstention. That's right. Apologize for that, but moving along. Now we'll go to item F21.
Move to approve staff's recommendation.
Okay, have motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Show that Ms. Zadra voted no in the first place, wouldn't vote this time for the same reason. Mr. Asheff abstained. Now we'll move to item F3. Madam Secretary, have all the notices been sent?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, no correspondence was received.
All right. Item F3. All right. Yes, Mr. Hazard.
My only question on this, Mr. Mayor, is, does this fall under state law where we have to have the financial part of this? Where we, is this like an amendment to their contract where we're required by state law to go and say what the dollar figure is, or, I mean, I like doing this, but I also want to know what the savings is going to be?
Don Christensen, Deputy City Attorney. I would consider this to be under that statute.
So doesn't the statute require us to come to the public and say what the dollar figure is involved here?
The financial impact of the agreement.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, it will be difficult. This would be a savings. We won't know what the numbers will be until we get to the end of the 6-month period, and we could report back out. We anticipate that this will be a savings. What we would do is we would cost out what it would have been if it was staff time versus what we paid for the light duty.
I just want that to be on the
apologize.
public record, that we're following that state law, that we don't know yet. We anticipate it to be a savings, that will be, you know, coming back.
I would suggest that you do that on a monthly basis so we know what it's running and looks like.
We can do that. Thank you.
Any other? Ms. Fraser?
Just a comment. I do want to thank IAFF on the record. I think that they are trying to work with us and come up with some solutions to save us money. And they did step forward with this proposal, Mr. Mayor, and I just want to thank them for doing so.
All right. Chair will entertain a motion.
Move to approve the letter of agreement.
Do I have a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Now we will go to ordinance adoptions, item G1.
This is ordinance number 6172, an ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning a 5.09 acre site located along the south side of Mountain View Drive, south of its intersection with Audubon Way and north of the west terminus of Beck Street, from 1.91 acres of MF30 multifamily 30 DU/AC, 2.68 acres of SF9 single-family residential 9,000 square foot, and 0.5 acres of SF15 single-family 15,000 square foot to 5.09 acres of PUD planned unit development, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Mr. Aship?
I'm assuming Sharon is okay with this, so I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item G11, request for certification of the Sierra Senior Care Plan Unit Development PUD Handbook. Same motion for approval?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the staff recommendation.
Second?
Second.
Have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. We need to go back to item F3 on the agenda for a minute. Legal?
Mr. Mayor, Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office, because that would relate to the 731 collective bargaining agreement, council member Zadra should have abstained on that, so I asked you to reconsider that item so she can put her abstention in the record, and then you can have another vote. Thank you.
I'll move to reconsider item F3, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
I have a motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Move
Thank
to
you.
approve item F3, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Have a motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Thank
No,
you.
one abstention.
With one abstention. Boy, you're in trouble today. Item G2, assignment assumption of subdivision extension agreements.
This is ordinance number 6173, an ordinance amending Reno Municipal Code Title 18, Annexation and Land Development, Chapter 18.10, Divisions of Land, Article 10, Extension of Tentative and Final Maps to add Exhibit A, inadvertently omitted as an exhibit to RMC 18.10.1020, and assignment and assumption of subdivision extension agreement form, other language to provide for same and other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to adopt.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item G3.
That's at 2
Mr.
2
Mayor,
o'clock.
2 o'clock, time certain.
Thank you. All right, now we go to item H1.
Resolution number 7552, resolution granting Community Pride Grant funds to VSA Arts of Nevada to provide art workshops and general maintenance of the Lake Mansion in the amount of $4,950.
And Mr. Mayor, I would call out props to the Ward 1 NAB for stepping forward, because in these times when it's so difficult to keep everything floating and to keep everything going, interior and exterior work onto Lake Mansion. This just helps keep that as a vital part of our community. So I move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item J2, discussion potential direction staff regarding discretionary grant applications for Nevada Arts Council.
For the record, I'm Christine Fay, Resource Development and Cultural Affairs Manager for the City of Reno. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. This is actually a request to be able to write some grants for programs and projects that we have received from the State Arts Council in the past.
So we're just requesting more.
That's correct.
Okay.
Move to approve staff recommendations.
Second.
Have a motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item J5. Excuse me. J3, I cut one out. Item J3. We have a couple of people wish to speak on item J3. Ann Buckley.
My name is Ann Buckley, and I'm here to ask you to consider the proposal that Washoe County Commission passed on this, and I'll explain you why. It's not in your staff report. I understand what the agreement was between the county and the city, and when these water rights were sold, nobody expected to get the price that they did. That was because of the time that they sold it. It was an extraordinary price. I regard it as a windfall price. In the meanwhile, Sierra Sage, during the 10-year period between 99 and 09, lost $2.5 million, which you can see in the first column of the handout I gave you. And Washoe County Golf Course made $2 million profit. That $2 million was plowed into Sierra Sage Golf Course. They subsidized that golf course and the North Valleys, and the taxpayer out of the general fund gave that the same golf course $1 million. Now, these are hard times, and the amount due on the Washoe Golf Course is just short of $500,000, and that note would be paid off. It would save the county a lot. I live in that area, and fair is fair. In the 30 years that I've lived there, that area, and it's the area that intersects Moana and Skyline, we have not got a penny from either the city or the county in parks and recreation. I have paid my taxes for that amount. And this would allow improvements and a better running of golf of the course. And it says when the CAB met that they would not allow to retire the debt outside the geographic area. I quote the staff report. They had no trouble taking $2 million from my area to pay off that golf course. And this is not an equitable idea. I think you should pay off the Washoe Golf Bond, your own bond, which is $1 million, just about, and it would be money into your coffers, and the Sierra Sage one, and the sports complex would still have $5 million left, which was more than they ever expected to get from those water rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bill Von Poel.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, my name is Bill Von Poel, and I want to tell you that I do serve on the Washoe County Parks and Open Space Commission. And I also want to discuss this First Amendment to the Sports Complex and Golf Course Effluent Reuse Agreement. It's a complicated issue, but as I understand it, the sale of Sierra Sage water rights resulted in $7.5 million balance in the Parks Capital Fund number 4440. I urge the council to approve using these funds to retire all debt stemming from the effluent reuse projects at North Valley Sports Complex, Sierra Sage Golf Course, and Washoe Golf Course. Three reasons that I would like to have you do that. First of all, until debt is retired on a golf course, the county can only enter into a one-year management agreement with a vendor to operate that course. This restriction puts a big damper on management vendors who would be unwilling to commit significant resources if they know that they only have a one-year contract. It's very difficult when they want to rent carts and that kind of thing, and they only have a one-year contract. It's really limiting to the vendors. Secondly, the debt service savings to the Golf Course Enterprise Fund for the debt that could be retired on the Washoe Golf Course could possibly save a job or two. Third, I'm concerned that any unencumbered pots of money lying around like Fund 4440 could start looking very attractive to our state legislature in this upcoming session. So I urge you, please, let's pay down all the debt that we possibly can. Thank you.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Under that scenario, would we also be able to use the money to pay off the debt on Rosewood Lakes Golf Course?
I must admit, I do not know.
I mean, you want to just pay down the debt on all the golf courses. Should we include that as a publicly owned golf course and use this money to pay down that debt? Just a second. I'll ask you back up. I will. I was going to ask you first, but so I'm just curious. You're on the Parks and Rec Commission.
I am, and only for the county, and that's not a county facility,
let
and
me ask
I
you,
can't speak with authority on that.
Do I live in the county? Do I live in the county of Washoe?
Yes.
Do I pay taxes?
Yes.
Then you do represent that golf course.
I suppose I do.
Okay, so would you recommend that we also pay off that golf course's debt with this money?
You know, I have not looked into that. It certainly
it's a
sounds
philosophical
plausible.
issue. There's not really looking into it. It's either we pay off all the debt or we pay off none of the debt. The money should stay in the North Valleys or we should pay off Washoe Golf Course debt.
I don't know what the debt is on the
What difference, if it's $10 or $1,000, would you recommend paying it off?
Yes, I suppose I would.
Okay.
I'm not looking into it, though. I can't speak with great authority to that.
It's just, that's what I mean, it's just an ethical sort of
I understand.
philosophical choice.
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to ask her the same question, Mr. Mayor.
Anne Buckley is my name. Yes. And you want to know if we should pay off Rosewood?
Correct.
I also should probably admit to the fact that I was on the Parks and Recreation for the City of Reno for 4 3-year terms, and that I am now on the Parks and Open Spaces for the county. The reason I suggest, and that the County Commission suggested that Washoe should, no subsidy went from Rosewood towards the Sage Ridge, and that's why they want to pay off the debt on Washoe, because it subsidized Sage Ridge Golf Course to the tune of $2 million, and that money should probably, some of it should go to the Washoe County golf course, and it would also save the county money, and seems to me that fair is fair.
She's right. I mean, if there's just a fairness of a subsidization issue, that's completely different than we should just pay off all the golf courses.
Yeah, I don't think that you should pay off all the golf courses. I just think that Washoe County Golf Course should get theirs paid off, because they made all that money and it wasn't put towards their debt or towards improving that golf course. It was put to Sierra Sage, which was the generator of this money.
And I was going to ask you a follow-up question, though. If they don't pay off the Washoe debt and you're not subsidizing Sierra Sage anymore, couldn't they pay off their debt in a year or two by themselves, Washoe?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
The debt is, I'm sorry.
The debt is just under, it's about
$470,000?
Yes.
And you're saying that it subsidizes at $300,000 a year?
Some years it didn't. I mean, one year, Washoe had a loss.
02 and 03.
Yeah.
Okay.
And some years they make money and some years they don't. And it probably depends on the weather. I think they're doing very well at the moment because the weather is gorgeous. A big one? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mike Mazzaferri, this will be a good one to ask the question to. And I've got you a better one to ask the question to after this one.
Can't wait. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
You know I'm going to put you under the bus, baby.
For the record, I'm Mike Mazzaferri, a local golf professional. Along with my partner, Cal Swanson, we have a company, Cal Maz Golf Management, that contract manages Sierra Sage for Washoe County. I'm here today, obviously, in regards to the proposed amendment to the North Valley Sports Complex and Sierra Sage Golf Course Affluent Reuse Agreement. Although City Manager Donna Dreska has recommended in her staff report that the council rejects the amendment as presented, I'd strongly urge you otherwise. I have a number of reasons. First of all, I've been to the North Valley CAB and NAB meetings, obviously, and attended the joint meeting in December. Both of these entities support the repayment of debt. Although they didn't support the Washoe golf course portion of it, they did support paying back the other debt. Obviously, on January 25th, the Washoe County Commission meeting, the Board of Commissioners moved to approve an amendment to the sports complex and golf reuse water agreement to pay off all the debt. And, you know, when you look at the handout that was handed out, Sierra Sage has lost money every year. You know, Washoe has supported Sierra Sage. And Rosewood obviously is in a different enterprise fund, but the asset came from the sale of the water rights at Sierra Sage. It was really a golf enterprise asset. All of you know the business has been pretty tough in the recent years. We overbuilt some golf courses, and there was a lot of supply on hand, and the economy obviously headed south. And we've seen some closures. I think we're going to see some more. And one thing I can tell you for certain is most of these courses, probably all of them that have closed, are never going to reopen again because of the cost of water, because of the cost to get them open ready. Many of you know Brookside closed a number of years ago, and it was owned by the City of Reno. I managed it for a long time. And Brookside was a unique golf course. It was affordable, it was walkable, it was the right price. And you talk to somebody who learned golf, you know, in the 60s, 70s, 80s, they played at Brookside. You know, it was a place where entry-level golfers were welcome and congregated, as well as a lot of seniors and juniors and, you know, the golfing public, because it was affordable and easy to walk. Sierra Sage is one of those types of facilities, and of course it did. Yeah, didn't have any debt on it. So, you know, the Sierra Sage is kind of a similar type of golf course. A lot of the Brookside people ended up at Sierra Sage because it's walkable and it's the right type of facility for that type of golfer. And so the debt on Sierra Sage and Washoe is really a super high priority. When you look at the numbers without the debt, they're at break even, or maybe in a good weather year, you know, an operation that might even make a little bit of money. Retiring the debt's a good business decision. The county will be able to move forward knowing that these facilities will be here tomorrow. They'll be financially stable. Obviously, the money is available, and this is an excellent opportunity to do what's right for the golfing public and spend the money where it came from.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Bonnie Weber. Commissioner, good to see you.
I'm Bonnie Weber, Washoe County Commissioner, District 5, and a resident of the Stead neighborhood for 26 years, and still a property owner. I recently have moved out to Cold Springs, but I wanted to share with you that I was on the North Valley's Neighborhood Advisory Board in 1999 when the Affluent Use Agreement came about. And as a NAB member, we had many discussions about the affluent use and where it would go and what it would do. And then later, I actually worked at the park for some months, as well as served as the Friends of the North Valleys Regional Sports Complex as the chairman. So I'm here today because, and I don't know if I'm speaking as a commissioner, but I really wanted to just ask you to consider paying off the full debt. And there's a couple of reasons for that, and it's been discussed. And I know that your staff report shares otherwise. But the point is today we are in different times. And it is being wise to pay off debt. And that is why we want to pay the city of Reno for its use. And I think that this is a win-win for our entire community. The North Valleys has not had a lot of things happen out there. And I just appreciate your consideration of this. The Washoe Golf Course has paid, I think it was almost $2 million over the course of time. I don't know if I should say monies. I don't know that I have that information, but it has paid on the Golf Course Enterprise Fund covering Sierra Sage. I don't know if you all received the information that we have as a handout, and I think our staff was supposed to get it to you. Washoe County and Sierra Sage Golf Course financial summary. And Councilman Ayazi, I know that you had requested that information, and I don't know if staff got this to you.
Just got it.
Okay, good. So at least you hopefully have that. So actually, I guess I'm here to ask if you have questions.
When are you going to build the pools and the rec stuff you were going to build before?
Well, we've waited a little bit too long, and I think the reason why we waited so long, Mr. Mayor, is because there wasn't ever enough money, and you know, we had the windfall monies, if you will, on the sale of the water rights, as you know, and that equaled about $8 million. There's a lot of great things that have happened at the park. If you've been out there recently, lots of folks use it in the neighborhoods. It's great, but the point is that there wasn't enough money, and we didn't want to, if you will, piddle the money away on smaller projects. So, of course, working with Councilman Dortch, we've tried to get a swimming pool or get a gymnasium. And I know that you had a ballot question at one point in time in trying to put the gymnasium there. Should I quit?
No, you go ahead.
Okay.
We're asking you questions.
Okay. So anyway, we didn't want the money to be piddled away. And now, as you know, with the legislative process and what's going to be happening with the legislature, we don't want these monies to go away for this community. We just don't. And I know we could have done little things.
With the low prices you're getting in construction and stuff, you couldn't build your swimming pools or do stuff with them?
$7 million was not enough. I mean, that would be not paying off any of the debt and just going out for that. And from what I understand from our parks director, is it couldn't be done. Working even with your parks people, we've all looked together.
Well, I want to work with you, but I'd like to see what. I've been gone a few days, so I'm a little out of the loop. But you want to give us a stab? Why don't you sit down? We might call you back.
Okay.
And then
perfect.
I will get a staff report and talk. Mr. Dortch, since it's your bailiwick.
I mean, if you want to get staff first, you can get staff first. I mean, I've got questions. I've got several questions.
Well, do you have these people up here now?
I'm
I'm
not
sorry.
sure who's going to answer them, but
Okay. Who's going to? Staff? What do we have? Julie, you want to bring us up to date what's happening? And because where is any money coming towards city or anything that we're doing?
Julie Conway, Parks and Recreation Community Services Director. And also I wanted to point out that in the audience today is Al Rogers, who is a Deputy Director for the county. So he is here to provide information if you want information from the county about what they have in store, and that may answer some questions about at the site what the county has in store. And I'd like to call him up instead of me trying to answer questions about what's going on at the site. What I can share with you as far as what we have talked about, the City Parks and Recreation has been asked by the county to come into this as far as what might be envisioned at the site. We have been asked to be involved with some meetings with Councilor Dortch and Councilor Guston regarding what could occur at the site and how the site might be developed, with the idea of developing a water feature instead of a full-fledged pool. And a water feature would be a water spray park and that type of thing, an expanded spray park. And so the idea is that a full-fledged pool would be more costly to maintain and to provide lifeguards. And so what has been talked about is to have a very interactive spray park, and that would be less costly to maintain over the long term, both in staffing and in long-term operating cost. And so that is what has been talked about, and other features as well. And so today, what is before you, as you know, is the idea of the addendum that is to the agreement, and the action as to whether council wants to take on this addendum. And I'm going to stop there. If you have other questions about what would occur at the site, I'd like to call up Al Rogers regarding what is potentially planned at the site. And I do know that they would work with the community about the finite details about what the park would have. But I do know they're talking more about a spray park than a in-ground pool. So.
Now, did they call you into the discussion before or after they took this action?
They called me into the discussion at the same time that they called the counselors into the discussion.
Right. Good.
So that concludes my
you
part
want
of
to
it.
come up and just give us a brief? Appreciate you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members, Madam Manager. Good to be back here. First of all, to address your question in terms of what has been done in the past, over the course of the last 2 to 3 years, we did include the community and ask for their input in terms of what facilities they would like to see built out there. At that point, we came back with a recommendation from the community and a conceptual plan from the architect that said we'd like to see a gymnasium and a pool. At that time, the estimated cost, and probably still is, hovers around the $13 to $14 million mark to do both of those facilities. It was at that point that we decided, obviously, it's not feasible to do that with the monies that are available, and at the same time, the operational dollars to operate either of those facilities are non-existent. So at that point, we've abandoned that and moved on. To the point today that has been discussed in terms of what is going to go into that park, we are presently taking an item to the Board of County Commissioners on the 22nd for a request for qualifications for a firm to master plan, or in this case, remaster plan the North Valleys Regional Park with those amenities that the community has been brought up, including, but not limited to, the water park, Babe Ruth fields, any of the things that are identified on the master plan. But we'll go through that process and again go through the public process to make sure that we've got a good feeling of what those amenities are and what the community truly wants out there. And at the same time, obviously analyze it to the point of where and what are those operational dollars that are going to take to operate those facilities. So at this point, we have not made any predetermined idea that there will be certain facilities built. That will come through the process of the master planning in moving some of the amenities around, but we are not at the point and have not jumped to the point of deciding what and where those facilities will be.
Mr. Dortch.
Yeah, thanks, Al. The current master plan, what would the total cost to build out, the additional cost to finish the build out on the current master plan for the park?
I don't think we have a true representation of what the total build-out would be. To look at the master plan as it stands today, it has some amenities that probably are not realistic in the sense of users and the development of what's happened in that community, i.e. there's a horse arena still planned in the master plan. So to give you a number I think would be misleading in terms of what the build-out would be. Certainly the 13 to 14 million give you an idea of what a community center and a pool component of that would be.
Okay. And then it was never anticipated that the funds from the sale of the water rights would be used for Sierra Sage, correct?
again, going back in historical, I wasn't there when that happened, but my understanding was that they were to be used for Sierra Sage.
That the sale of the water rights?
The sale of the water rights.
It doesn't mention that in the agreement at all.
That is true, but I'm talking about history. I'm talking prior to the agreement that it was discussed with the water rights sale from Sierra Sage that money would be influxed back into Sierra Sage, with the assumption, I think, that that dollar amount was not the dollar amount that came out with the water rights sale as they took place in 2003 and 2005. Certainly that $8 million was not a number that anybody anticipated in terms of what the sale of those rights were going to be.
But in 1999, it was not anticipated that the proceeds from the sale of the water rights would be used for Sierra Sage.
You're absolutely correct, Councilman.
It was anticipated that would be used to finish the build-out of the sports complex.
As stated in the agreement.
Okay. And then the two golf courses operate on an enterprise fund, correct?
The two golf courses operate under one golf fund enterprise?
They do?
Yes.
So typically, if one's making money, then it typically would subsidize the other one in an enterprise fund, correct?
That is correct, and in this case, it always has.
What else could those funds be used for?
The funds as an enterprise account can only be used for that enterprise, and all funds are then, if you will, put back into that facility or infrastructure.
So it's one fund for both golf courses, and that fund is used to cover both golf courses?
Correct.
So it's really not a subsidy to the other golf course. I mean, it's really one operation is the way you look at it, because you've got one enterprise fund. It's not like that money could have been taken out and used to do something at the sports complex, for example.
In that scenario, absolutely. In the scenario of Sierra Sage and Washoe, with the historical data and knowledge that we have, that has been the case for 20-plus years, that Washoe was the profit maker and covered Sierra Sage's portion.
Right. So if you're using the enterprise fund to cover Sierra Sage, you're really doing it at the benefit of the general fund. You're not having to use general fund funds to cover Sierra Sage. You're using the enterprise fund. To the point that we didn't, as noted in your handout that we gave you, there was general fund support brought in at certain points. Right. When we look at this, and I mean, I'm certainly in favor of the money being used to benefit the North Valleys, but I think there's a challenge, and I think that came from both the NAB and the CAB out there, that they felt the money should stay in the North Valleys. And the argument's been used that because Washoe's actually subsidized Sierra Sage, that it should go back to cover Washoe also. But that's really not the case. I mean, you've got one enterprise fund that covers both golf courses. That's the way it's set up. It was set up that way intentionally. And really, you could say that maybe those general fund funds that you've used to benefit Sierra Sage were at the expense of the North Valley Sports Complex, because we haven't been doing the things that we needed to be doing at the sports complex to finish that build-out. Correct?
You could say that.
So, I mean, that's from, I don't know, Bonnie, if you want to come up and comment on any of that, but thanks, Al.
Thank you for the record, Commissioner Bonnie Weber. Thank you for asking the question, but I look at it as, I hope you don't mind if I tell you that as a county commissioner, I'm looking at the budget of Washoe County, and I understand that we're all working together and we serve the same constituents. And so we have the Golf Course Enterprise Fund, and the Golf Course Enterprise Fund does serve residents of all over the county, as you would know. Sierra Sage, people from the South Valleys come to Sierra Sage, or Washoe as well. But I think it's pretty much spelled out that you would have the two golf courses, you would have one enterprise fund, and I guess historically you can tell that Washoe obviously has been subsidizing Sierra Sage. I mean, you can't change the numbers. It has.
Yeah, I'm not saying you can change the numbers. I'm saying that's what it was intended to do.
Exactly.
I'm saying that's exactly what it was intended to do.
You're right, Councilman Dortch, but it is pretty obvious. So as a county commissioner concerned with our budget, that's why you found the vote to be unanimous in paying off both. And it's understandable if you don't. I'm sorry.
And just on that note, one of the things that concerns me is we had that meeting. I almost feel like that meeting was more just to say you included us, because I think Dan and I were pretty clear that we felt that we shouldn't be using these funds to pay off Washoe Golf Course. You never told us at that meeting that you were going to support paying off Washoe Golf Course.
I did not, because
And-
I wouldn't be saying one way or the other. I wouldn't disclose how I would be voting. And I listened to what you said. As a commissioner, I would not disclose that, and I hope that you would not disclose that either. But we heard the information. And you've been involved in the meetings. I know that on a number of occasions, Councilman Dortch, that I have asked and invited you into these meetings. So I know that's not the point. So I just want to make sure that everybody
no,
understands.
I felt like we were basically ignored at that meeting. I felt like we came to that meeting, we talked, had a great discussion, I thought, and we walked out of that meeting thinking it was a good discussion. And then we find out you guys have your meeting, you vote. And, I mean, I don't think you took into account what we had asked at all. I don't think there was much discussion on it at all. I mean,
I don't know if you saw the meeting, but I think there was discussion on it, and our staff did put out both motions, and both motions, as the NAB and the CAB both said, just to pay off the Sierra Sage portion, as you mentioned. And as a commissioner, I had to look at the big picture, and it made sense. And I'm pretty emotional about it, as you can all tell. I am concerned about the residents out there getting everything that they've wanted for years, as you know. And the water feature park isn't perfect. It's not necessarily what folks wanted.
I think they'll be very excited about it, though.
I think they will absolutely be excited,
What
and
about
with
the
all
gym?
the others. Pardon?
Couldn't you build the gym?
We
Not
wanted
both.
to
You
do
couldn't
the
do
gym,
both.
and the gym is too expensive to maintain, and the operations and maintenance of it as well. So, I'm here on behalf of the residents, as you are, Councilman Dortch, and I thank you both for being at the meeting. And I felt like the meeting was a really good meeting, and you expressed your concerns. You expressed the decision that you all would recommend to the other council members, that you didn't want to pay off Washoe. And that is what you did express. I know that, and I shared that with our staff, so that our staff could share with the other commissioners.
Okay. Yes.
I do have a question, Bonnie, because how does this help the county's budget? Because I think Councilman Dortch said it. I mean, this is an enterprise fund. You can only use those funds within that. So how does that help the county's general fund, and how does that help the people in the North Valleys get their park?
Well,
All
they
we're
do
helping
have their
is-
park, Councilman Sferraza.
But I understand. How does it save? Your explanation here in front of us today is that you had to look at the county's budget picture. I understand that. The overall
Meaning-
budget picture. But the enterprise fund, those funds, we have several, it's just like sewer or anything else at the city. Those funds have to be used for that specific purpose. So how does it help the county's budget by paying off? Because if you start generating revenue off those golf courses, can only be used within the golf courses.
Exactly, and I apologize. I didn't mean to speak about the Washoe County budget. As a county commissioner, looking at that golf enterprise fund for Washoe County, it would pay off the debt owed for Washoe Golf Course.
But then
That-
when the revenues, so people are still going to golf there, they're still going to be charging, you guys will be getting revenues. Essentially, those revenues can only be used for the golf courses.
Right, to make them better, to replenish, redo things that need to be done at the golf course, the operations and maintenance of the golf course.
Yeah, but with one footnote,
Both of
though.
those.
What I understood from your staff is that the general fund has subsidized
It
those
has.
golf courses. So I think, I don't know what all the numbers are going to show, but if you pay off the debt, that's less debt service, obviously. You got $7.5 million lying around. By paying off the debt service, you reduce the chance of the general fund having to make up the difference. So I think
that's-
that would be one way to make the argument that it does affect the general fund.
Can I bring your attention to the fiscal year 023 on the financial report? And what it doesn't say there is, in that year, Washoe Golf Course was in debt $112,116. And that was due to the fungus at the golf course, at Washoe Golf Course. And that was the year that the general fund did have to help and replenish the the Golf Course Enterprise Fund. So hopefully when you look at this, if you don't see that it is one fund, but Washoe was helping Sierra Sage and I guess helping. I think
Well,
that is what kept us going
And it
so that we
helps the-
could do things.
Helps the county with its budget also, because it doesn't have to make those payments there and stuff. And I understand that, and that's good sense.
Well, as a commissioner, it makes good sense.
Well,
And I'm just saying
as
that.
anybody in this room, it probably makes good sense.
As well as, and I'm so excited that we could move forward and do some great things, some more great things. This park is doing wonderful, and I like the idea that we are working together, because I don't know if you heard about the little neighborhood portion of the park to be able to go into the North Valleys Regional Sports Complex. We keep talking about how we can work together. This would be working together, and I'm excited about that.
Mr. Hashev, you had a question?
Yeah, this would be more, I think, for our
Thank you.
staff.
Thank you.
And maybe the county staff. As I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dwight, that the real issue is the amount that's being paid to Washoe, the golf course. That's the only number?
That's the only number. I think that's the only number in question.
Okay, so maybe this is a question for the county. How are you going to protect the balance of the 5? Because right now you're using about 2.3 to pay down the debt. You still have the 5.2, right, that's still left over from the 7.5? Because one of the reasons that was given was to protect these funds. Obviously, pay down the bonds. The legislature can't sweep the account, but what are you going to do to protect the balance of the 5 for the sports complex or the water feature?
That's a great question, Councilman Hascheff. Again, I don't think we have any assurances other than to go through the process and look at those amenities to spend out on as quickly as we can, but again, given the due diligence of asking the community of what they want. But there are no guarantees at this point in terms of what's left after paying off, that money is still left unprotected to the point that we actually encumber and spend the money.
And then if we're only $300,000 apart, or 304, what's the difference? Does the water feature go away because the 304 gets applied to the Washoe County Golf Course, or are you still within budget? Because to me, the issue is much different, that if you take the 304,000, apply it to Washoe County Golf Course, and now you don't have enough money to finish the water feature, that's different than it doesn't really matter one way or another.
Right, and I don't think we can answer that in either case to say that it doesn't matter, or that by removing it from the total amount that we're not going to have a water park or Babe Ruth or whatever that amenity may be. At this point, it's pretty open-ended in terms of what that total dollar amount is left. Obviously, $477,000, the amount needed to pay off Washoe, would have an effect on that total amount, but in this case, we don't have it quantified to the point to say it's going to affect X and what amenity within the park.
Yeah, you're right, it's 477, it's not 304.
Correct.
I've read the wrong number.
And Pierre, that was an issue that came up, was actually what amenities are going to be put in. And in a water park, I mean, what we've talked about, at least at that meeting, was, I mean, you could do an extremely elaborate water park for a couple $1 million.
Absolutely. The scale and volume of any of these amenities is all within the monies that are there. So again, to say something's going to go away at this point, I think would be...
Yeah.
The concern some of the neighbors had was that they were taking out the Babe Ruth fields, that there was a strong push that these Babe Ruth fields are not going to get built, and that was one of the big concerns.
Because the money would be used for Washoe County Golf Course?
Well, not knowing what the budgets were, I think the county has put a low priority on the Babe Ruth fields compared to everything else. I think there's flat fields that they would like, which are needed. There's flat fields that are needed, and then I think the response I think that we got at that meeting, you weren't there, Al,
Yeah.
but was that the Babe Ruth fields weren't as needed, and I think there was a strong concern from the NAB members. I don't think it was from the CAB, but that the Babe Ruth fields weren't going to get built.
Okay.
So,
And then the last question I have is for our staff, because it indicates in the staff report that there's a concern that the City of Reno note's not going to get paid off as a result of this amendment. Why are you concerned about that?
Deputy City Attorney Susan Ballroth, because of the wording in the First Amendment, it says and or, it doesn't say and. Okay. And that is clearly and to me, that does not mean we will be paid those funds, and that was my legal concern.
So your change would just be strike the or?
Yes, and I think it could be cleaned up as to including the dollar amounts as well.
Okay.
Mr. Guston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. my questions have kind of been asked, but just to reiterate just a little bit. And Al, you weren't at that meeting on January 13th, but when we sat with the representative from the CAB, the NAB, Commissioner Weber was there, Dwight and I were there, Julie Conway was there. Anyway, when Doug Doolittle presented, at that day he had just done a rough draft of what he thought the park would be, and his immediate concern was that $7 million being encumbered in some way that it couldn't be swept or taken away. And you said earlier, and I don't know if you feel the same way, but I will ask you the question. You said earlier that you're going to present it on the 24th, and then you're going to look at another consultant coming in and give you recommendations. That time period worries me a little bit for your money. It just seems that time period is elongated. You're more susceptible to that $7 million not being reused where it was intended to be used.
Certainly, Councilman Guston, the timeline will be extended, but we are still diligent to get it done as quickly as possible. But I think in speaking for Director Doolittle is that we want to make sure that we put the right amenities in terms of the public input. Yes, we've had input from the NABs and from the CABs. We've had direct discussions with the Babe Ruth out there. We need to talk to the Reno Youth Sports Association and make sure that what is the highest and greatest need out there in terms of athletic fields, and then also to Councilman Dort's point, what is the scale and size of a water park and where is the location best suited. So those are the type of things that we'll be looking for in this request for qualifications for a firm to give us, and done in an expedited manner to encumber that. But yes, it will elongate the timeline, but at this point I don't think we're in a sprint. I think we're in a little bit longer run, and maybe Mr. Doolittle pointed that out, that it's not a sprint, that it's not a marathon, but what we've got to do our due diligence here.
Well, I think what I took away from it anyway, what I heard, maybe not what he said, but what I heard was there was some urgency to getting this done, and I won't belabor that point with you, but I will also say that your head of your CAB out there was talking about a dog park, and I have subsequently talked to another commissioner who's not in attendance today and was kind of poo-pooed, but I think the dog park that was mentioned in that meeting was a lot of people don't want to drive from the North Valleys all the way to Rancho San Rafael, and that was a valuable thing out there that they thought they needed, as well as the spray park, the water feature, whatever that is, the flat fields, and I'm just reiterating here a little bit, the Babe Ruth fields. But there was also one other element, and I want to ask Julie Conway to step forward on that, and that was that if we could put this plan together in such a way to benefit the North Valleys, the city also had, correct me if I'm wrong, $1.2 million or $1.4 million to put into a park that was less than 25 acres, that was not a regional park, but also could be put in as complementary to this other park and provide some additional opportunities and athletic facilities adjacent to what the county's talking about. Is that correct? And would you go ahead and elaborate?
Yes. Again, Julie Conway, Parks and Recreation and Community Services Director for the record. Yes, Councilor Guston, what we had talked about is that in that the district out there has approximately $1.1 million in residential construction tax. And what we had talked about, and what I had talked about with Councilor Dortch, because this is his ward, is that in working with the county, that we could consolidate the funds, and working with the county and working with the NAB members and the CAB members, if they wanted to do this, is that we could reserve a portion of the site for neighborhood park facilities, because if the site required that some of the neighborhood facilities be removed, and if they are older facilities, in other words, if the neighborhood park facilities are going to need to be taken out, or if those sites, the facilities are not going to meet the neighborhood needs, then we could use our funds that are residential construction tax funds and are appropriate to use at the site, then we could put those funds towards that site and make a really, really nice neighborhood site to fulfill the needs of that community and be a really nice neighborhood park in that area.
Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned that, because
that's what could really work.
Mr. Mayor and other council people, it shows, I think, a cooperation that we're trying to work with the county and vice versa. I will make one other comment, and that is that during this meeting, I kind of made the motion with the approval of Mr. Dortch of where this money would be spent, and Washoe County Golf Course was not one of them, although I agreed as a business decision, it's a good business decision to pay off any debt, but I certainly support whatever comes about here, and it's not my ward, of course, but I was there as representative of the Parks and Recreation Commission. I would certainly support the paying off of the debt of Sierra Sage, because that is in the North Valleys. That needs to exist. That is probably the Brookside of today, as opposed to, as Mr. Mazzaferri said. One of the other things about that, Mr. Mayor, is with the debt reduced, as one of the other speakers got up and said very accurately so, that you can now have an extended contract beyond a year. So Mr. Mazzaferri might not like to hear this, but if that debt was paid off, the county could negotiate with him for a longer period of time, and thereby he might, the benefits to the county might increase financially from a longer contract with Mr. Mazzaferri. And that's the same thing about Washoe Golf Course, and that's why that was somewhat attractive. But my initial response to that was that we should get the North Valleys what they need, because that's the money that was designated for them. I'm not opposed to the Washoe County, the $477,000 being paid off, because I think it is a real good business decision, but how does it affect everything else? So thank you for allowing me to at least tell you my thoughts.
We have one other person who wishes to speak. He came in afterwards. Mr. Hawkins.
For the record, Ed Hawkins. I'm the new chair of the North Valleys NAB. In our meeting in December, joint meeting with the CAB, we didn't have the figures in front of us as the 477 shows as far as paying off the Washoe debt. Since then, I've met with Doug Doolittle and Commissioner Weber, and we've looked at the financials, and I believe you have a copy of them as far as what was spent on Sierra Sage over the years. And I believe in paying that debt off, if it was borrowed or used to pay our debt out there at Sierra Sage, that we need to take care of that. And as one of those good faith things, I believe the city council agreed that in the effect of being consolidated with the county later on in life, this is just one of those real nice little steps to pay off that $477,000 as a good deed or a good thing to do to get that consolidation rolling. We're all in it together. We're all Reno residents that use all these facilities. It's not like it's the unincorporated part of Washoe County that uses all these golf courses. It just happens to have a name on it, and it's owned by Washoe County. We all use it. We need to pay the debt. The dog park issue, that's going to go where the softball fields were supposed to go. We do want at least one Babe Ruth field. Doesn't have to be lighted at this point. And there's an area for the water park that's nice. We take out 2 of the flat fields, build 2 more next to what's adjacent to the soccer fields, and there's plenty of money left over from what we're looking at right now. So as in good faith, I believe we need to pay that $477 and get on with business. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Azzi.
On our staff, this 1.5 to pay off Sierra Sage, how much is that on the city bond? We're talking about the city getting paid back on our obligation? That and or?
Yeah, I don't want no oars.
I thought it was a simple question.
For the record, Jill Olson, Finance. We've estimated that it's about $946,000 as of March 1st.
And is that sewer enterprise fund, or who do they owe that to?
Currently, that's going into the sewer fund.
Okay, because the sewer fund did that, so that goes to our own enterprise fund, sewer.
That's correct.
Okay, so it can't be used for general fund stuff.
But now, is that affected by that and or?
Yes.
Okay, so if we approve this, it'll be
And
no ors in it. Okay, excuse me.
And I guess it's more of a comment that might lead to a question, but it's this enterprise fund thing I'm having a hard time getting my mind wrapped around. The county general fund has already subsidized the golf course $1.2 million over the past, according to their documents. So all the citizens of Washoe County through the general fund have subsidized the golf course by 1.2. This is another bunch of money from the general fund, basically. They could also use this money for the general fund with our approval. So the golf courses are being subsidized $3.2 million, in my opinion, by looking at these 2 deals. And I'm wondering why the deal wouldn't be worked out where the county would, from this money, would loan the money to the golf courses, and they would still have some debt service, maybe less than what they have now, but to pay back the general fund or to go to whatever it is there. Why is this an outright gift? Why couldn't it be, I mean, they're paying $164,000 a year. We could loan the money to the enterprise fund, and it gets paid back with no interest or 1% interest, so that it's manageable for both of these groups. Because as a commissioner, they've got to fund other projects. Why is this being a gift to these organizations? And one of the things that I would look at.
Mr. Guston?
For conversation.
Your mic, please.
Is it not on? Okay.
No.
For conversation, I don't look at it as being a gift. I look at it as paying off that debt, which ensures the continuous operation of Sierra Sage, because that's what, anytime you pay off debt, you can get into a position where running your business, you're on more stable ground. And, I think that's where I look at that being okay to do that, because it guarantees a recreational opportunity for the North Valleys.
And I understand that, but the golf courses have been running, as a whole, have been running at a profit. They're paying $165,000 a year in debt service, and they're still fiscal year 9, 10. I mean, they're sort of breaking even there. I mean, where are we looking for the payback from golf? I mean, that's also part of the overhead. I mean, what business doesn't have any overhead at all? You know, if you're going to run something, or even forgive it for 5 years. I mean, to me, it's still the general fund giving money to golf courses, and that's what we're arguing about. It won't go back to a water park feature or something like that. And the other part I had is I didn't hear exactly where the other $5 million is going, because the whole point of this is to try to hide the money from the state. Where's the other $5 million going in a short amount of time, Al?
And if we don't do it in the next 30 days, we're in trouble, if not sooner.
To Councilman Ayazi, the plan is that all the money would go to the North Valleys Regional Park in an expedited.
In the next few months?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because there's other bonds around. I mean, and I honestly brought that up about Rosewood sort of tongue in cheek, but if it was going to be a few years away, I would say, why don't we pay that off with a bond? And I would rather pay the county interest than some bank somewhere in New York. If I'm going to give money away, I might as well give it away locally. Right. But if it's that quick, then I don't want to do that.
That is our intent, and I think it's the neighbors and citizens of that area, it's their intent to spend it as quickly as possible, too.
But you have no plans at this time, so it's going to take 60, 90, 120 days to do plans. And the legislature will be out and food will all be picked.
To the mayor's point, we do have a master plan. I think what we're looking for is a tweak of that master plan. So we're not talking about a long, drawn-out process. Okay. If I may, just for Councilman Ayazi, a clarification. The $164,000 a year is the principal on that, Councilman.
So
the interest on that is included in that operating profit up above in the table. So when you put those together, we're paying over $300,000 a year on bond payments.
So, I mean, my question then was, would they both be profitable if we lowered that to $150,000 a year, and they would have to pay that back to this fund to go to the North Valleys complex? I mean, they're not losing $150,000. I'm just throwing it out there now.
I understand, and I guess that would be for legal to answer in terms of taking a loan against a bond to pay that off. If there's still that obligation in terms of our management services, does that give us the ability to go out for a long-term contract with that scenario?
This money could just pay off the bonds, and the enterprise fund would write a note back to there. I think that could happen. And as far as the Washoe Golf Course portion, the county also owns water rights they got from Northgate. They could sell those off to pay off Washoe Golf Course if they chose.
Not going to get the same price.
No, no, they won't. But it's still there. They've got a couple $100 million worth of water rights up there.
Okay, we've designed these golf courses and everything. What are the wishes?
Well, just my comments. As long as we make the change from or to and to ensure that that portion gets paid off. You have a county commissioner that's asking us for our support. I'm willing to do it, and I am concerned that you don't move fast enough, Al. I know you got to go through the visioning process, but that, as the mayor indicates, and part of my question was, that it's going to disappear unless you move quickly. So, and if that's not the case, you need to be looking, as Dave said, to paying off some other obligations. Otherwise, you're not going to get the use of the money. But I'm prepared to move forward as long as we make that change, Mr. Mayor.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I echo Councilman Hascheff's comments. Originally, I wasn't in favor of that, but although, as I said earlier, I think it's a good business decision to pay debt down any time and pay it down fully rather than partially. That's just a difference I have on doing that. But as long as it's and, not or, I certainly could support any motion brought forward like that.
Okay, I have a motion and second. Any further discussion?
your
Mr.
motion
Dorch,
yet.
it's yours. No,
Are you
he,
going to
Just
take
let it
any
come.
more?
Those are
Excuse me.
comments, Mr. Mayor.
comments.
Those were
Mr. Dorch.
I'm going to support whatever Dwight Dorch wants. It's his ward, and we talked it all around it. And
We've designed it. What do you want to do? Yes?
I do have an issue with Washoe. I got to tell you, because it has nothing to do with the North Valleys. If we're going to open that door, then we should be paid for Rosewood. We subsidize that every year out of the general fund that could go to other city services. And I think it is a fairness issue. I have a real problem. I understand, and I think that's the position that both of you took forward. But I think eventually, with paying off the Sierra Sage, that's going to make those profitable within that enterprise fund. So I have a real issue with something that's meant to go to the complex for those people out there, supporting that portion of the agreement. And I understand, Ed, what you're saying about the consolidation, but we also have the same commissioner who's talking about this agreement, who's fighting consolidation too. So if there was a way to consolidate the enterprise funds for the golf courses, I'd be all for it. But I have an issue with paying off the Washoe golf course, then we should pay off Rosewood too.
Philosophically, I don't have an argument with your comments. The difference for me comes down to the financial part of it. You're talking $477,000 versus $1.7 million. If you paid off Rosewood, and I believe it's about $1.7 million, somewhere very close to that, then I think you start to crumble what happens in the North Valleys. There isn't enough money to do the other things that really need to be done.
If we're going to do it for Washoe, we should put the same amount for Rosewood. Do what Councilman Ayazi's talked about, encumber those funds, and then pay back that money because this is what I see happening. You're going to take 4 months, they're going to sweep the accounts, the money is going to be gone. And if you do it as a loan, then those monies are paid back to that complex.
I just wanted to also support Mr. Rogers on one thing. I think when we did discuss this, we were going to pay off the bonds. It didn't make it in the documents because no one thought that it would make that much money. So they thought if we did that, all the money would have to go toward the bonds. So when it made more than that, that's when the discussion came up further because they said, well, we should pay off these bonds. And everybody said, well, then we're only going to make about $2.5 million. It'll barely pay the bonds off, and none will go to the. That's why I didn't make it into the agreement. If we'd have known it would be $7 million, I think that would have been originally the intent to pay off those bonds. I honestly, because it did come off the golf course.
Mr. Dorch.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I mean, I'm a little torn on this. I mean, I'm disappointed it was brought to us in the manner it is. I mean, it's almost, to me, it's they bring it to us after listening to our discussion, and I think our last comment was, I hope you'll bring us something we can all agree to. And they brought us what they wanted. And so I'm a little disappointed in that, but I do think that there is some urgency in moving forward with this, and I think there's some urgency.
Can you postpone it for a couple of weeks and see if you can get it worked out?
I think, well, a couple of weeks, Mr. Rogers said he's going to present it to the county commission on the 24th. We meet, or the 22nd, we meet on the 24th. I don't really think in this case you want to do that. I think the plan is close, may not be perfect yet, but it's close.
And presumably you're going to pay the debt service down at Washoe, and a lot of people in the city of Reno use Washoe County Golf Course. Presumably, Parks and Rec Commission will reduce the fees to the constituents, which are our constituents, are the county's constituents. They're all our constituents. And I think if we move forward on this, it's a good faith effort, and I think Rosewood's maybe on the table.
Okay.
Depending on, it might not be the full 1.7, but it admits that some portion of that. Somebody needs to take the first step. Might as well be us.
So back to what I was saying. I mean, again, disappointed in how it was brought to us. I don't think that our comments at that meeting were taken into account. And one of the things that's been presented by the county over and over again is, look, we've got to encumber these funds. We've got to encumber these funds. Nothing stopped them from encumbering these funds and building something at North Valley's golf course. They could take every dime of this. I mean, not the golf course, but they could take every dime of this and put it into a plan at the sports complex out there and use it all there as it was planned. But I think that this does benefit the North Valleys. I think paying off the bonds at Sierra Sage is a strong benefit to the North Valleys. I think they enjoy that golf course out there. Mike's done a fabulous job with it, and he needs this to be able to get into a long-term agreement out there. So based on that, I'm going to go ahead and move that we approve this with the change that staff has recommended. Just and take out the or in the discussion whether they're paying back the bonds or not.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. With the, could you also, if they don't commit that 5 million, maybe make a loan to us to pay off the Rosewood?
You know, the
Saves
biggest,
them money and we
Mr.
pay
Mayor,
it.
one of the biggest concerns I think that the residents out there that I've talked to have is that they're not going to get this money encumbered quick enough, and they want it used for that park. I mean, they've been wanting something done out there for years. So my comment is, get to work and get it done.
Well, if you think they can spend 5 million in 30 days, I'm with you.
Well, we got a few items of our own on this agenda, Mr. Mayor, about spending some money in a big hurry
That's
for
right.
street funds, so anything's possible.
Okay, I have a motion, second. Any further discussion?
I just want to point out, too, that it's not like we're not getting anything out of this. The
Oh,
sewer
no.
fund's going to get a big chunk of change, which we could use right now, too.
That's right. No, it's a fair deal. All right, I have a motion and second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. We're there. You have another question, mister? Yes, sir. Come up, I'll let you have a second.
I was trying to get.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. If it gets to the point where we can't encumber that money, there's got to be a meeting again to where we take that money and take care of the Rosewood debt. At least we take care of something instead of the state taking our money away. I'd like to see that done. And you know, if we can't spend that money quick enough, we need to pay off that debt over there, and whatever loan and stuff you're talking
And
about
then we
before,
pay you
take
the
care
interest.
of it. Yeah,
That's right.
and because we can't spend that money that quick, I don't believe it.
No, I can't either.
And so we get built or planned what we can do and take care of business. And if there's money left over to take care of Rosewood, we do it, pay it back later so we can encumber the funds.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Make that part of the record. All right, now we're going to reverse back to item G3. Item G3, Special Assessment District for the streets. We have somebody wishing to speak, Ms. Tony Harsh. Councilwoman Harsh, how are you?
I am absolutely great. Thank you so much.
Good to see you. Welcome back to the chambers.
Thank you. It's always fun to be here. And first of all, I want to thank all of the council people that phoned me back and were so responsive to my phone call. And Sharon, thank you. And I know that was difficult. And Dave did. Everybody that I called, Dan and everyone. So thank you so much, and Pierre. So what I found and I'm so happy with is a genuine concern for this neighborhood, and it's through the true innovation and support of Dave Iazzi and Dan Guston that we're going to get some really good solutions for this neighborhood. There are some unique things that we'll look at regarding sewers. Imagine that city council people would be interested in sewers in the city of Reno. So we're looking forward to working with Dan on Saturday morning with the neighbors, and they're all very excited and looking forward to this opportunity. I also wanted to point out to you that I did talk to your urban forester, Steve Chuchillo, and he was just wonderful. He has been so proactive in that neighborhood to go forward and prepare those trees for what is coming up. They are in excellent condition, and they're ready to move forward with this district. So the neighborhood, I'm just letting you know, is looking forward to working with Dan and looking forward to some really good solutions that will work well for the council and for the neighborhood. So thank you very much. Oh, and I have something hot off the press, which is your brand new approved street tree species list. And this just came off the press today, and I thought you'd all like to have one, and the city manager as well. So
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Mr. Guston.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilwoman Harsh, and I'm glad to hear that people are excited to work with me on Saturday morning. They haven't seen me on Saturday morning, but I am a morning person, so we will have some fun. Thank you. Steve, can I ask you a couple questions? Because my disclaimer is obviously that that was a 6 o'clock meeting, and as you all know, during that meeting during the day, I was pretty ill and then went home that night and couldn't attend. And some of the people did ask if where I was, and I was unfortunately homesick, flat on my back in bed and so on. So that's a disclaimer. Steve, when will the contract, if this agenda item is approved today, when would you go out and look at and put the RFP, the contract out?
For the record, Steve Hardesty. I'm going to defer to Charla.
Okay.
Assuming you're talking about the street reconstruction bid,
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
That's on the agenda next item, the approval of the bid.
Okay. When would the bids be coming back? Here's what I'm trying to get at, Charla, so you understand. People were talking about mitigation for trees. They were talking about sidewalks. They were talking about a lot of different things and why they should pay for those and not pay for those. And I didn't want to slow the special assessment district down now, but I want to come back at a future time if I need to put on the next agenda and say, you know what, we've got a neighborhood that just doesn't want this done and we need to remove it, or however we go about that. So I wanted to get an idea of the progression that we're looking at and how quickly we have to make that final decision and what time we have to talk more about it.
All right. I understand what your question is now. The bids were opened for the construction work in January, and the award of the bids is on the agenda for today to award the construction contracts. The construction of this neighborhood would start potentially in April.
Okay, so it's that
we're
close.
we're far down the path.
And because I obviously didn't look at the numbers, I don't know why I didn't, because I read through the binder and the agenda. What, from the previous estimate and then the actual bids that, if they're approved today, what are we talking about in difference? We can maybe talk percentages.
Okay. Yeah, Steve Hardesty again, Assessment District Coordinator with Public Works. The bid prices that came in, or the estimated prices, the two main ones to be concerned about would be the sidewalk, and my estimate on that when it went out was $14 a square foot. And the bid prices that came in the Westfield area are $6 a square foot. And the estimate for the driveway approach cost was $16 a square foot, and that came in at $2.
Wow.
So
Okay.
you're talking less than half. Root mitigation costs, those will have to be determined on each individual basis.
Because that is certainly one of the concerns, and I know you guys heard it strong that night because I looked at the video of it afterwards, and economic conditions, people were talking about what can we afford, what we cannot afford, people couldn't do that. And so I know you had to put those numbers forward. It's logical to do that, but the people assumed those were going to be the numbers, and so you're making it a lot easier for me on Saturday when you go back and say, you know, it was projected at $14 a square foot, it's now $6, and the driveways were 16 and now they're 2.
Yes, sir.
I mean, wow, that's just unbelievable to me that there's that much difference. I'm very pleased that there is, but that makes a big difference. Councilman Harsh, you and I have talked about this, and if can I ask you to come forward one more time, please?
Hey, Steve, quickly, what portion, I'm sorry, Dan, what portion of it is, I know we got a great bid on the driveway. How much of that basically is the overall assessment? Is it really the majority of the assessment is the 6 versus the 14?
Very, very small.
Yeah.
Most of it's sidewalk. The one thing to point out is that the city also does a lot of the sidewalk repairs that don't meet the council's criteria,
right.
Which actually exceeds that amount. So there's got a lot more sidewalk being put in than just with the assessment.
Okay.
Let me, just before Councilman, let me ask you one thing, Steve. Can you recall at all, it seemed to me that from what I'm looking at the video, some people were talking about as much as $2,800 as being their assessment. Is that, I'm trying to.
Some of the estimates were probably higher than that.
4,000?
5 or 6, maybe in that neighborhood.
So now it's going to be closer to half.
Yeah.
At least.
So we're talking, say if it's 5, it's 2,500, and is it 10-year or 20-year?
10, sir.
10-year. Okay. All right. I just want to reiterate with you, because I know you have been more in the forefront than I in this because of the people, knowing the people over there. They've indicated to you that their reluctance was the dollar amounts that were presented to them before the last meeting, and that was their pushback. Now knowing that what was $14 is now $6 and what was 16 is in 2, is there any comment you have about that, or do you know how that would be received?
I think that the main concern from the neighborhood, of course, it's always scary when you get a bill for $5,000, $6,000, and then on top of that, you have to do the sewer because you may have that penalty to do the sewer as well. So you're looking at another $3,000 to $5,000 to $6,000 to do your sewer, the lateral into the main. And we want to do that because you want the people to do that so that they don't cut into it. I think that it's always shells, it's a shell shock with them. Sure. And I really believe that the process, I always hate to bring up process, is always scary. I think they're getting far more comfortable with it. I think that there are advantages to being able to know that we can get a great buy on these things right now because of the economic situation and being able to put that out. I also think it helps knowing that we're not going to have to pay until 2012. Is that when we start paying on that? So they're getting more and more comfortable. But I still think there's some creative things regarding the sewer that Dave brought up that I think will help the entire city.
And to amplify that, what we're talking about, if people want to opt in, I want to ask Steve this, if they are concerned about their sewer connecting to the lateral, they could opt to do that now, and it would be a lot cheaper for them to do it. Obviously, that'd be that person's nickel, but to do that, than to wait to go back and do it when it failed or was necessary. So that option would be open to them, Steve?
Yes, sir. It's been open for the whole
whole
time. The initial notices went out way back, probably 8 months ago.
And
Letters went out letting people know that this was coming up, that the street project was coming up, and that if in fact they needed to get their sewer laterals done, to get them taken care of.
We'll pose that to them Saturday and see what happens. One thing that the two of you might want to know also is we may look at and discuss with them the opportunity to do some traffic calming in that area because Westfield Village is not a primary access for fire.
Right.
So that may be something that they might be very willing to look
and
at also.
They are very, very excited about this because this is something that I sure didn't know. And in talking to the neighbors, all of a sudden, this is coming forward. So I think we have some opportunities there. And the other thing that, in talking to the urban forester today, is truly the forethought that he put into this neighborhood, in that those trees have been totally looked at, they've been pruned. Any of the ones that had any problems have already been dealt with. Of course, we never know what it's going to look like until they take up those sidewalks, but they will then be working with a private arborist, which will be part of the contract. If there's anything really difficult, he'll be brought in. And I know that all of a sudden they're seeing that we're all working together.
Yeah, we're trying to do the right thing, and they don't want to lose those trees and that.
But that was their first fear.
Thank you very much for your involvement.
So, and I think, I think we do want to move ahead with this because time is of the essence. But perhaps you can ask Steve a little bit more about what happens with the meeting on Saturday.
Sure. I don't need to ask you that right now, Steve. The mayor has stepped out, so is there anybody else want to make any comments about this or questions? Councilman
Well,
Hester?
my question to you would, what do you want to do? Because,
I wanna move
we've
forward.
got acceptance of the bid. Presumably, if there's any tweaks, you can still tweak the agreement with the contractor if we need to make some adjustments, right? So.
Yeah, I agree. I think that you never please everybody all the time, and some people will still have some financial concerns, and legitimate as they may be. But when you look at $6 versus 14 and 2 versus 16, that's buy of the century. I mean, that's unbelievable. So I would like to move forward on this if you'd make that motion, Mr. Hester.
Okay, I'll make a motion to accept the staff recommendation and understanding you're going to be meeting with the neighbors Saturday.
Yep. We have a motion and a second.
And at this point, I will read the ordinance, which is
Why?
ordinance.
No, I'm kidding.
Why not? Ordinance number 6174, an ordinance creating the City of Reno, Nevada 2011 Special Assessment District Number 1, ordering the acquisition and improvement of 10 street construction units consisting of 52 street segments within the City of Reno, Nevada, providing for the levy and collection of special assessments, therefore ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken by the City Council of the City of Reno and the officers of said city directed towards the acquisition and improvements of said projects in said district, prescribing details in connection therewith and other matters properly relating thereto. This would be a motion to adopt the ordinance.
Yeah, move to adopt.
Aye. Excuse me, I turned my microphone off. We're on J5.
Are you ready for J5?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. For the record, Chair Lahoney, Public Works. We have 3 items before you in the J section. All of these are related to the Accelerated Neighborhood Street Program, and all of them are to encumber the remainder of the neighborhood street bonds. The first one before you is J5. That's the bid award. As we kind of went over earlier, the bids were opened in January. We had very favorable bid prices, and that left approximately $10.3 million left in the accelerated bond money. In order to encumber all of the remaining bond funds, we have sort of a 3-prong approach, which is why there's 3 staff reports and 3 items. The first one, which is what you see before you, is to add force accounts to the existing 2011 street contracts that we just opened. Those contracts, $2.6 million in force accounts to those to add additional streets to those contracts. And that's the end of that item.
Okay, Charlotte, thank you. Any questions? Comments?
Would you like me to go through them all, or you want us to go one by one?
I want to know, did you commit your $10 million or whatever?
Yes, the second item,
That's
J6, is to council authorization to award the contract in an amount not to exceed $4.8 million for the surface treatment. And the third item, J7, is to authorize pre-authorization of the, I'm going to get in trouble for saying that, but authorization to award the contracts for the remainder of the $7.4 million, not to exceed $7.4 million.
Move to approve?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those are,
All J5, 6, and 7.
Before you approve J7 or J6, we need to add to the motion to include Unit E. I'm sorry, J7. Yeah, Unit E. I had inadvertently left it out of the motion. Yes,
Six.
J7.
J7?
7?
E?
J7, yes.
Okay.
Included.
Make the motion to include E.
Thank you.
Second.
have a motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Charlie, may I ask you one question? Yes. Item E, when is that on the docket?
It will likely bid in the winter,
Okay.
this coming winter, and be constructed in 2012.
Item J8. We have some people wish to speak. Doug Olson.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Doug Olson, for the record, concerned citizen, and I would ask that you do not go with the contract with Sierra Solar Works. I think that was their name. I think you can do better by owning it yourself. I think this amendment to the contract and changing the contract constitutes the contract being thrown out and you being able to renegotiate a new contract and put it out for bid. I have, and I don't know if I can put it here, that you could see that. I've done a little bit of work on if you owned, according to Mr. Geddes, and I spoke with him, and I got to give you guys forward looking on what you're doing with your solar and trying to substitute your electrical energy with doing solar instead of having to pay the power bills. I don't believe in the power purchase agreement. I don't think that's a good idea for you. I think you should own your own solar systems, and I think you can make and save more money by owning it and doing it yourself. I believe they have not followed their contract and they have not performed. When that contract went to bid, you had to have 90 kW installed by the end of the year, and that hasn't been done. There hasn't been any installed. And then at the last meeting, they said they'd have it all done, all 1.4 million done by May 31st, and I don't see that happening either. If you look on this, Jason said there's a rebate amount of 824 kilowatt system for $4,120,000. If we did that 824 kilowatt system at 5.6 hours a day, it would generate 4,614.4 kilowatt hours a day. And I used Jason's numbers, and I got to commend him. He's, trying to do his best for you. That 4.9 times 365 days would give you 1,684,256 kilowatt hours a year. So he wanted to use the number. He says you're paying about 8.5 cents a kilowatt hour. So your first year at 8.5 cents a kilowatt hour, if you owned your own system, you would produce enough energy to do $143,161.76. And then every year with the 2% rider, because there's a 2% rider on the, I just went up 2% going with what was on the contract. At the end of the first year, you would have saved $744,225. If we built this system out at $6.50 a watt, you would pay it off in year 8. Everything after that would be extra money. The total money that you would save at the end of 20 years with the 2% rider would be about $3,481,000. I think if you own your own system. Now there's a couple of things that you're up against.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
And then you can talk longer.
Yeah.
When you have that money in there, are you accounting that then if we owned it, we'd also have to pay the maintenance of it?
And if I can
Okay.
take and show you
That's
that.
my question. Now you can go there.
Okay, so if we paid it off in year 8, right, I would take year 9 and year 10, say you paid it off in 10 years, and that would pay for you to keep one of your employees actually employed, train him in solar, and he could actually just go out and wash the solar panels in all the different areas in town and keep them maintained. I mean, that would be a way of keeping one of your employees working and giving him a job. And I mean, you could pay him a reasonable amount. You would own it, and you still, at the end of it, you'd make almost close to $2 million. Now, these are pretty conservative figures. I mean, I think you're going to make a heck of a lot more than that if you owned it.
Now, under your scenario also, if we owned it, wouldn't we have to pay for it up front?
You would. So
and where do I get that money?
Okay, and that was brought to me too. So you have $4,120,000 in renewable energy rebates from Nevada Energy that he had applied for, which he did a great job and got that. $4 million is quite a bit. So if you build it at $6.50 a watt, which is you're probably going to be in there. Things have dropped in the last year or so, and you're getting these at better prices. It would cost you $5,356, or $5,356. So you would need to come up with $1,236, or $1,236,000 and change. So $1.3 million.
So I take that off at the end of what you say we would generate in savings. So I take that off your 3 million you had in savings, then my savings over the life of this would really only be 2.8 million?
Yeah, let's be conservative, $2 million.
Okay.
Because I'm still putting in some money in there for your maintenance and for keeping a guy employed, keeping everything serviced.
And if we also go out to bid again, and I'll ask Jason this, I think we have a real chance of losing the $4 million. That's one of our big problems.
Well, and from what I'm understanding, there's 90 kW has to be put in by May 31st. Now, somebody renegotiated that because that had to have been done by December. Somebody negotiated that to get that moved. So hopefully the Public Utility Commission and Nevada Energy and Solar Generations is here. Maybe you could ask them that same
and I'm
question.
going to ask them that question.
But because if that could get moved out, you're way ahead. Now,
But if it doesn't, just to follow up on this, if it doesn't get moved out, what happens to your figures?
well, they get askewed. They go askew, absolutely. But from what I'm understanding, only 90 kW has to be done by May 31st. I think the rest of it has a longer rider on it. And you'd have to speak to Jason on that because I'm not sure of that. But the second thing on that is, I believe that the rebates are going to come back out again around in July, and I believe it's going to drop 10 cents, probably be about $4.90 for public buildings and churches and schools like that. I'm not sure. I can't say for absolutely sure. Nobody can. But even in the end, if you built this out and you did a fund and you could build out part of it and you lost part of it, I think you'd be money ahead owning it. You would be able to put a person to work or maybe two people to work. You would be saving, your savings at the end of 20 years would be substantially higher than going with a power purchase agreement. And I don't think the power purchase agreement is a great thing for you.
I have one more question for you. If we go with this project today, what's to stop us in July from going out under the same scenario and building our own project?
Absolutely not.
So we could get
if you have more buildings that need more solar.
We have a whole sewer
but
plant
it's
out
where
there.
you can put that
I
too.
know we have a whole sewer plant out there at Tub Wharf that could use some of these things.
Okay, but I mean, and that's something to look forward to, and that's what I would suggest to you over a power purchase agreement.
Thank you.
To be honest with you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Mr. Gardella.
Hello, I'm Kyle Gardella. I'm the owner and president of Reliant Electric here in Reno, Nevada. I understand that previous conversations on this project, there was an issue of local labor being used on this project, and I'm here to attest that local labor will be used. Upon your approval, if this project moves forward, I expect to receive a contract for the electrical engineering of the project as well as a portion of the electrical installation. I'm a member of the IBW 401 local union. We will be paying prevailing wages on the project, as well as all the other contractors have agreed to do. I will also be in charge of subcontracting some trenching, asphalt and concrete repair, landscaping repair, and all of that will be awarded to local companies as well. The few out-of-state contractors involved have also committed that they will only be using supervisors out of their companies, and the rest of the labor force that actually will be doing the installation will come from local labor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comment cards? None, I'll close it back, bring it to the table for discussion. Mr. Geddes.
Jason Geddes, Environmental Services Administrator. I prepared a memo to council that I hope you all received and read, that I tried to address all the questions and concerns that you brought up last time, and I'd be happy to answer any more questions today.
Questions? Mr. Hazy.
No, I just wanted to disclose that I did meet with the representatives, and they discussed some of the issues with NV Energy and the legislature. And under what Mr. Olson was worried about, do you feel that they're going to reduce the credit? It was $5 now, and it goes away in May?
Part of the discussion around that is when they changed the program in 2009 to a step program from a year program, they actually put in a year requirement with progress that you had to make in moving forward on rebates. In the old program, the rebates, you could get the extension and come in, you just get paid at a lower rate. So they're leaving it up the legislature and the PUC are looking at the rates and discussing lowering the rates. So whenever we install and connect, we get whatever rate they've set it at that point in time. So that's why I say that the amount of money associated with the rebate is at risk at that point. In addition, the program, if you see those big 3 rebates towards the bottom of the rebate list, there's 395 kW rebates. That represents year 1, year 2, and year 3, or step 1, step 2, and step 3 of the new program. And technically, that's a rebate for 2010, 2011, and in 2012, and there aren't any rebates available in the program until 2013 unless the legislature comes up with a new program. So, and those last 395, we have 1 year to get those in, and you can see the expiration dates set for those in the chart.
And they also told me, I forget the number, but they're ready to go like next week or tomorrow with these, letting these contracts out so people can get to work on this. And it's many millions of dollars.
That's my understanding. We've gone to all the sites, done most all the technical. They're ready to pull the permits and to get moving on the contract and sub.
And they're still obligated to get this done by May 31st?
Correct.
That's still the obligation. In fact, they
Well,
also told.
I'm sorry, their timeline is May 31st. They do have to get them in by June before the rebates expire.
And if they don't get them in, they have to eat the difference, correct, under the contract?
That is correct.
So we still.
They're counting on those rebate prices in their pricing.
So
if
it's
those
up to
rebates
them, 'cause
expire.
if the energy prices goes up or that goes down, then they have to pay the difference from their.
That's correct.
Theirs. And then I was also told that I checked on this, they're gonna buy everything locally, so that it'll be about $250,000 in sales tax in Washoe County alone from this project, which we get like 30% of. So that's not horrible. So those are all my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Ashcraft.
Just briefly, Jason, did you get a chance to look at the speaker's calculations about what would happen if we owned it versus under the current arrangement?
Yes, sir, I did. I was able to sit down with Mr. Olson for about an hour last week, and we went through the calculations. And I agree, if we got into an ownership situation, in actually looking at the calculations we came up with, it's pretty close to the same amount of savings that are coming out there, except we assume the responsibility for the operation and maintenance and repairing of the items like the inverters, which generally have a 10-year life. I also want to point out that we do have a buyout clause at year 7 and year 15, where if the finances turn around or if it starts looking better for us, we could take over ownership at that point in time of these systems rather than go the full 20.
You say it's a break even whether we do a power purchase contract or we own it?
Well, if we go through his calculations and see what the savings are, and then we look at what our savings are depending on the various rates, we're somewhere in between 1.2 and 2 million. In their 1.2, it includes all that operation and maintenance and the repair parts. That's why it's close there. Originally, when we looked at this last summer, our intent was to own it. We couldn't find anybody who could build it for the $5 or less. And in Mr. Olson's presentation, you saw it was the $650. Right. And what we struggled with was, where do we come up with the 1.3 million?
Right.
We tried Krebs, we tried new Krebs, we looked at other funds, and we just didn't have the balance for that difference. So we didn't have the ability to move forward on a contract like that without having funds from somewhere else. That's why we pursued this option.
Plus the 1.2, 1.3 cost, at least where Mr. Olson's calculations assumes the 4 million plus credit, correct?
Correct.
Which means you have to hit the target date. And
Correct.
if we try to do that now, I think it'd be difficult, if not impossible.
Correct.
All right. The point's well taken, Mr. Olson, though. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, didn't mean to step on. Any other, Mr. Guston?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to follow up on the question I asked before, and the gentleman was up and stated. I asked if they are going to continue to own it through the duration of this project, and he said yes, and I agree. I did check out some information because I'd heard something, but it turns out it was 60 or 90 days old information, so I just want to check and verify, and that is true. But you mentioned that we could buy it. Do we have a first right of refusal, or is there any language in the contract that that confirms the ownership of the project and that the assets are not transferable? Do you see a need for that?
Susan Ballroth, Deputy City Attorney. The contract does provide that it would be If we exercise the option to own it, it's only our option to exercise. It's nobody else's. And it cannot be assigned unless written consent is provided.
Okay, that's exact, thank you, Susan, that's exactly what I'm asking. So Nevada, what is it, Solar Works is going to be the owner unless we agree differently. Thank you. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, any others? Chair will entertain a motion. Mr. Isaac.
I'll move to update staff recommendation for approval of the amendments to the solar power franchise agreement.
Have a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I did want to also say I appreciate what Mr. Olson's done, and if he's correct, there's no reason we couldn't move forward if the legislature does that and move forward on something new in July.
That's right. Okay. At this time, we'll go to item J10, update regarding grievances and arbitrations.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, Renee Runges, Director of Human Resources. And you have before you the update for grievances and arbitrations, as well as a summary of the Clark County Interest Arbitration Award between the county and the IAFF local. And I would be pleased to answer any questions that anyone has.
Any questions this time, Mr. President?
Yeah, Renee, have we done an audit of sick leave here with the city?
Yes, we have looked at that. The department has looked at it, as well as the Human Resources Department. And I don't know if is the chief, would you like to comment on that?
Because I see now North Las Vegas, City of Las Vegas, everyone is asking for audits now. Have we had an independent audit come back and look?
Mike Hernandez, Fire Chief. What we did was, as soon as the story broke, fire department staff looked at our current leave usage, and we broke it down in terms of how much is sick leave, how much is vacation, it's military leave, on-duty injury leave, et cetera. We didn't see anything that was out of the ordinary. We did look at our sick leave usage, and currently our existing system, how our members utilize sick leave, does not lend itself to the type of abuse you see in Las Vegas. We utilize telestaff, and when an individual calls in sick, there's a randomly selected roster where individuals can be selected to plug in those vacancies. Also, the battalion chiefs have the discretion of moving people around. So, you know, from that perspective, nothing jumped out at us, if you will. Again, our assessment was fairly preliminary. We've been working on several other projects, but we did work with Renee and her staff. And
how far back did you go?
We just looked at 1 year, sir.
Yeah, because I guess part of the concern, because we did change the contract as far as sick leave buyout, and we haven't seen the cost savings when we approved that provision of the contract. So, but I'll bring it up later within the budget, because I do think we need to go back, and especially based on the last 3 years and the PERS calculations. Maybe we need to discuss that, Mr. Mayor, on how far we go back.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Is that stuff public record now to show like individuals and how many? Because that's what's going to be happening all over the place. Is everyone's going to assume everyone does the same as Clark County. Perhaps we should publish it somehow similar. And what broke it out in Clark County was they looked at other departments that fire was 100% higher in sick leave calls than other departments. And that's what led them to do this. And we've only done it within the fire department. But I think it'd be good to tell the public that if it's not being abused here, that it's not being abused here. So I don't know how we report that. Maybe it's the average, you put the high and the low, or something, how they've done in Clark County, and also then maybe do a quick comparison of other departments to see if the firefighters are in line with everyone else.
I think we could do it on a percentage basis.
Well, if you need to bring an outside auditor in, we need to look at that also, but we can talk about that during the budget.
I think we could really, Don Christensen, Deputy City Attorney, we just have to look at the privacy issues involved. But other than that, as far as identifying particular employees, but
I mean, if there's someone who, or even a couple, I mean, the average might, if there's a couple of people who are taking 100 sick days a year off, that's something, what's what raised the red flags down there.
yeah. I mean, I think the value of the report is in the numbers, not in the identity of the individuals.
That's right.
I agree.
So,
Okay.
Any
Any other
other questions?
questions right now?
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, again, just wanted to thank IFF. They did drop the grievance on, my understanding, the grievance on the layoff
Yes.
provisions.
Since the last report, the IAFF has withdrawn 2010-02A grievance regarding the RIFT employees in 2010. And so the arbitration has been canceled.
Good. All
Move
right.
to accept the report?
Have a motion to accept, second? Second, all in favor say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Item J11, interlocal cooperative agreement establishing the Truckee River Flood Management Authority or potential direction on alternatives. We have a couple of people wish to speak before we call on you guys. Mike Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and distinguished members of the Reno City Council. For the record, my name is Mike Dillon. I'm the Executive Director for the Builders Association of Northern Nevada. First of all, I'd like to thank staff and members of the coordinating committee for their efforts in meeting with representatives from our industry over several meetings, and some of the changes that have been made to the proposed JPA have been looked at beneficial. I also would like to congratulate the Flood Project Coordinating Committee and all the local governments working cooperative recently on their ability to have spent money on these projects and move forward in a cooperative manner under the current system that exists right now. Our organization, as you probably know, we do support the staff, Reno City staff proposed alternative, which provides local control over stormwater planning and design and engineering. One thing that we've also brought up, whether depending on how you vote today, supporting the new agency or the proposed alternative with the staff with an interlocal agreement, there's been a suggestion that maybe there could be a requirement that there is some kind of technical advisory committee under whatever forum you move forward, that we would have stakeholders from the engineering and planning and design committee, so we don't come into some of the issues that we've had leading up to this point. But again, the Builders Association of Northern Nevada supports the staff proposed alternative to the JPA. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kim Rodemeyer.
Good afternoon. I'm here in support of the Joint Powers Authority for the Truckee Meadows Flood Project. As you all know, I've been in support of this organization and this group of people for a long time, and I think that this is the next logical step to take to make sure that the protections are had for the people who live either in critical flood zone 1 or surrounding critical flood zone 1. And one of the things I talked about at the retreat that they had about 3 weeks to a month ago was that this project is it's infrastructure. It's something that's going to have to be maintained, like a road or a bridge or a building, or you name it. If it's built, it has to be maintained. When a flood comes and there is debris going down the river, like it always has and always will, there's going to be boulders and trees and rocks and other things that are going to be hitting flood walls and levees that are going to have to be repaired afterwards. And the Reno section of the flood project is the biggest part, and it seems to me that it would be a more cooperative and more equal agreement if everybody was responsible together. Another thing that I wanted to really bring up was that with the flood project, the JPA would be hiring and hiring employees to build this for the next 15 years, and their estimate is somewhere between 10 and 20,000 people over the next 15 years to build this project, and then they will obviously need to keep people maintained to maintain the project. It's always going to need to be fixed, rebuilt, or restudied, and then reconfigured, and maybe they'll have to change it because they'll find something that maybe works better. But I really, really, really hope that this council joins Sparks and Washoe County in supporting the Joint Powers Authority. They spent a lot of time working on the draft at the retreat, trying to make sure that every entity was happy with some of the changes. And it's in its entirety, it's, I think, a beneficial thing for the entire Truckee Meadows area. So thank you very much. I hope you're in support of this.
Thank you. Franco. Vila. Crubella.
Franco Crivelli, for the record, Mr. Mayor and Council Member. I've been a member, or I'm a member of the Flood Community Coalition and working on this for about 13 years. And I'm a little perplexed, a little puzzled what's going on the understanding of the joint power of authority. It appears that the concern is that creates another layer of bureaucracy. And let me tell you something. Well, let's remind you about this council, what's happening, why are we here now to spend almost $1 billion on flood protection. It's probably because we didn't have a level of bureaucracy, of a level of protection. There were no really check and balances. And that's why we are in a conundrum that we are today. So I would really urge this council member to really look at what this joint power of authority really, what's in it. It doesn't really add a level of bureaucracy. What it does, it really adds a level of protection. You know, I believe that as respect to the resident, that who have agreed to actually tax themselves and, you know, to build this project, I would really, again, urge you to read this, joint power of authority and really not to go with another convoluted, I don't know what they call it here, another convoluted agreement and enjoying cities of Spark and the Washoe County on a joint power of authority. So I would really urge you to really consider joining the other two cities. If the other two cities or the other two entities have agreed, they have board members over there too, and they read the joint power of authority. You know, let's be frank, they're not stupid people, okay? So they've read the joint power of authority and they decided to join in. We have been working 13 years on this, so let's get this going. Let's give the resident of the Truckee Meadows a level of protection, an additional level of protection. So please don't just hear what people are telling you and the threatening of this joint power authority is, but do what is correct to do for the residents in the Truckee Meadow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Jack Hawkins? Jack Hawkins?
I didn't mark it to speak.
Oh, you're in favor. Okay, I'm sorry, sir. Thank you. All right, I'll close the public comment section, bring it back to the council for discussion.
Anything different?
Well, let me start.
You
this,
started off.
if I may. You weren't here, and I was running the meeting, and as I said then, and it was true then, and it is true now, that I hadn't seen the document till 10 o'clock that morning, and I didn't feel comfortable in going forward with it. Well, I will tell you, since then and now, I have read all 71 pages. I've gone through it. I will disclose that I did meet with Naomi Doerr about the document and the JPA, et cetera, et cetera. So that's how we got to this point. Now, do you want to ask some other questions, or you want to go to comments? How do you want to handle this from here, Mr. Mayor?
No, I just,
I think there's some other council maybe have some
if
questions.
there's council who got questions, we can go to questions and then their comments or whatever.
Well, it's not exactly 71 pages, because you
Well-
can't count the signature pages there.
Yeah, you're right, you're right. I looked at
Well,
the
he
last
read
page,
those.
exactly.
He read those to see who was on it.
Well, you know where I
See what's
stand
up.
on this, Mr. Mayor, so if anybody else wants to ask questions, that's fine.
Dwight had some questions.
Mr. Deutsch.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just, some of the things that were commented on some changes that were made that were supposed to soften this agreement, and I just wanted to get some answers to it. So I'm not really sure if it's our staff that needs to answer that, or if it's Naomi. But one of the things that was stated was that the authority can give back, I guess, regulatory authority to each entity. And I look at the agreement, and it first states that that the authority's delegated powers are to prepare flood control and floodplain management plans and propose regulatory measures as provided in Article 4. And then you go on to Article 4, and it talks about what has to be submitted, matters for review and comment. And it says all master plan updates and amendments initiated by the members. And it goes on to say, special use permits, PUDs, those types of things. And then it goes on to say that the authority may allow by agreement by a member to provide regulatory review and comment on an application submitted under 4.02B2A. Now that sounds to me like it's on a case-by-case basis. So everything still has to be submitted to this agency, and on a case-by-case basis, they can decide whether they want to take regulatory authority over it or allow the member to take authority over that. Is that the case?
Come up to the mic, please.
And if it's not, tell
The
me
two
why
have
I'm reading
counsel
that.
and, well, I want to hear what they've got to say. I want to hear what you've got to say, Counselor.
Well, no, I think you were talking about our
Naomi?
attorneys, right?
Huh?
You're talking about our attorneys,
Well,
right?
I want to hear from them, and I want to hear from our attorney, too, of what this means.
Hi, I'm Greg Salter, Deputy District Attorney, and kind of been the author of this agreement. Your assessment is correct. It would be on a case-by-case basis. And it would, we would have to enter into an agreement where that the interests of the authority in protecting its facilities would be protected under the agreement. But other than that, then the city or the planning commissioner or so on could take over and make the comments and recommendations of a particular project. But it would be on a case-by-case basis.
What would happen
Right,
if
so
we
it's
didn't
not,
agree?
it's not, I mean, the way it was presented to me was that this agency could come back and say, once it's formed, would come back and say, well, no, each entity will oversee their own development projects. And that's not the way this is written. It's written that we still have to submit it to the flood agency. At that time, they will determine whether or not they want to oversee it or allow us to have jurisdiction over it.
And your assessment is correct. That is the way it is written. It would be on a case-by-case basis.
And then in here, also in that same section, earlier in that section, it says if a member's planning commission or governing body does not timely adopt in its development code provisions substantially the same as the amendments proposed under 4.02B1, the board shall review what was adopted and take appropriate action to protect the flood management facilities. So,
Yes.
so it's again saying that you'll take action against the member if we don't implement the recommendations that you submit.
It doesn't necessarily say we would take action against a member. It
Well, who would you
says
take action against?
Well, it says it would take appropriate action, and that may not mean an action against a member. It may mean that the board may change its own policies or its own practices, or it may just agree with what the member adopted. It doesn't necessarily mean that it has to take an action against a member.
Does the staff have this authority, or does it go to the board?
It would go to the board, sir.
Goes to the board, so
Goes to
you
the
have to have a
board.
unanimous vote.
Yes.
Correct.
100%.
100%.
Thank you.
And
So if a project comes in, and I'm just hypothetically, a project submitted, one entity doesn't like that project. Their two members on this board could hold that project up.
Not
One.
not
One person on that board could hold up development of a project?
As a practical matter, no, because a particular, well, let me explain. Because when a project comes before the Reno Planning Commission, if it's one of the kinds of projects that is to be referred to the authority for review and comment, that's a staff function, and the application would be sent over to the staff, and the staff would prepare and just make comments to the Planning Commission. So as a practical matter, the board of directors may not even get involved in making a review or a comment on a particular project.
Well, but it says right here, if we don't timely adopt it in its development code.
Oh.
If we don't adopt those recommendations, then you will take action.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant we were talking about individual project reviews.
Well, it's under individual project reviews.
I'm trying to figure.
It's not very clear.
And Naomi Dewar for the record, and maybe I can clarify. The concept is that we do not want to adopt regulations at this new agency. What we want is for the cities of Reno and Sparks and Washoe County to adopt the regulations using their regulatory authority. And so that is the idea. That's this whole section just says you'll move forward and adopt regulations that protect people from flooding. We'll all get together and agree on what those are. So that's what that section's about. If you don't do it, well, we don't have an assurance and we don't have an ability to sign an agreement with the Corps of Engineers that's saying that this new agency would do that. We're relying on our partners to take a step. I mean, that's what that whole section's about.
So if you're saying if the partners didn't, one person didn't, then they could kill the project?
Not a project. This is about adopting regulations for your city. This is not about a specific project. Now, if you want to talk about a specific project.
One person could kill the regulation that would require a city to adopt regulations.
Right.
This is all under matters to be submitted to the authority.
Right.
And in this, it talks about what has to be submitted and what the authority will provide comments on. And they'll provide comments on individual applications.
That's correct.
And if we don't adopt those comments on those individual applications, you will take action.
It does not say that we will take action. It says that we may, and again, the concern, and I've reiterated this, and if you may.
Okay, it does say you may.
Council member, if I may. The whole goal is to bring the community together, to work together on flooding. And what we don't want to happen anywhere in our community is for a partner who signed an agreement together to do something together to do something that goes against that agreement. And that's the basic concept.
I understand, but it's what was presented to us, or at least what was presented to me, was that the change that was made gives that authority back, the overall development review authority, back to the individual entity. That's not what this says.
I do not know who told you that, but
this is on a case-by-case basis. Then the agency can decide whether or not it will give that authority back to each individual entity.
That's correct. I mean, I don't think Greg or I have ever maintained a different thing.
That's correct. It says may. But those comments are the same that RTC gives to us. RTC gives us comments on every project that we do. RTC provides comments. Don't we? As part of the RTC, we give comments to projects.
But they don't have a clause that they'll take action.
But they can. And even if we do the other one, I mean, it sounds like no one ever sues each other. You're right. We've never sued the county, and they've never sued us. So I guess I'm wrong. This is the only entity that can ever sue someone.
I'm just saying, it says right in here, if a member's planning commission or governing body does not timely adopt in the development code, they may take action.
But that development code has to be approved by 100% of the people on that board.
Well, if I may, sir, your development code does not have to be approved by 100% of your body, and your development code would be adopted by your body. What we're saying is that it would be hopefully substantially similar to what Sparks is adopting and what Washoe County is adopting. But there's not a 100% vote at your body to take an action. I mean, you'll do it how you're going to do it.
Well, Naomi, what he's saying, and this is where, is if the flood control project decides that there needs to be a development code that all three entities have to adopt, that we could push that through. And if the local, to protect the projects that the flood control project is building. That's the older adoption, is it's to protect so you can't build something and then let another entity go through and build something that would ruin that. That's the purpose for that.
Correct.
So that would have to be approved unanimously by the people on the Flood Control Board, in the FPA. To have that adoption, to change a local, or to even ask the city council or the county commission to change their development code, that has to be 100% unanimous by the Flood Control.
I think you're making a good point, because when I look back, when the flood control, flood project coordinating committee years ago made a recommendation to the cities of Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County to change flood storage mitigation, they did that unanimously, and it took a long time to develop the consensus, but they did, and then they forwarded that to the body. So from that perspective, I think you are correct, Mr. Iazzi.
I think it's semantics in the sense that, Councilman Dorch, first of all, the Corps, they want one body that they're dealing with. So I think what it is, really where the debate and the discussion is going to be is on that model, Mr. Mayor. There's a model, we've gone out, independent model that's being adopted right now. And that's what I think. It's not going to be willy-nilly, oh, this group's going to prohibit this from happening or this from happening. It's no different than the hillside and drainage ordinances that we have. It's got to be done on science. We can't arbitrarily just say you can't do this here. It's going to be done on a model. So I think that's where the sticking point is. There's going to be a model. That model is going to be discussed. The technical issues are going to be fleshed out. And then ultimately, everyone's following the same model. Because if you have one jurisdiction not following the model, then that can have adverse impacts to another jurisdiction. So you'd want there to be continuity on what is being followed through the ordinance.
Yeah, I mean, we're all in the bathtub together. So we either swim together or we essentially drown together. I mean, that's what it comes down to. We work together on this project together, and we want to make sure that no one does something that, even of itself, will undermine what you've worked so hard to build. I mean, that's the basic principle.
And if I may comment about Councilwoman Safraz's comment, that's why, from my sole perspective, it was important for me that the development that has occurred already is grandfathered in.
Correct.
And that's why it is grandfathered in. So from here on, it's the assumption of this council and of the JPA or the interlocal agreement to reasonably protect the public. That's what we're after. So that's why the grandfathering that your group on the retreat worked so hard for, I told 4 or 5 hours that day to work on, I think is a key ingredient and an important ingredient for the people that are out there that have already done this. Now we have a reasonability to protect the public from here on, and that's what the, again, interlocal, JPA, and the cities or the entities would be obliged to do.
Correct. Thank you.
Well, I think you've made a lot of changes back since I said no a long time ago. I always hated the 100% rule. Thank you, Councilman Iazzi, for insisting that be in there, even though I hate it. I've always said the majority should rule. But yet when you're dealing with this, and maybe it'll end up going to majority rule sometimes, I'm probably going to end up supporting this. I don't like doing another bureaucracy, but we had a bureaucracy running it for 10 or 12 years, and we never got anything done. In fact, I remember one of my first meetings as mayor of the city, first or second meeting, one of the commissioners looked at me and says, "You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Mayor. That's our problem. We'll take care of it," referring to the downtown and how they were going to build walls. So I really had heartburn for a long time. I'm very concerned about the model. I hope that you will form a technical advisory committee of the builders and the contractors and stuff have there, so they have a voice in it as they go along and they're working, have also homeowners involved in it, so they're going along and they can do it, and we're not playing catch up with these. I would hope that if we do this, staffing, I hope that all of the staffing will be approved by the board of directors of the, because already we're getting criticism that we have a $1.8 million salary budget over there right now. And what are we going to be doing for the next 5 or 6 months? People haven't gone out to find out what you're doing, raising houses and blah, blah, blah. But I do hope that if we go to add staff or do staff, In fact, I was a little petrified when somebody yesterday said that all the staff is out of a job when we approve this. And I said, what? Well, because now you're answering to a board and not to the county commissioners. So I guess y'all have to apply for a job there. What's that, Mr. Isaac?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I mean, that's the outshoot of if we approve this, the first thing that this agency would have to do is to hire an executive director. I mean, there's nothing in here that they automatically move over. So that is the very first thing that has to be done, is to look for an executive director, work on that contract, and then move over the employees at that time. But there's no automatic.
Personally, I'm very happy with the executive director you have, so I'll put in my word for it right now. I think it's something we need to do. Am I happy with all of it? No, I'm not. But we've been working at it. I've seen a lot of changes since many months ago that I was on the board and sat there and listened to it, and I think we've got to go forward, but we need to make sure we're very open about this. And I'm really, really very, very concerned about this $1 million model. We're going to pay somebody, and I think that before we spend $1 million, we really need to know what we're talking about, and we don't have something that a computer tells us everything that's going on, because humans can do it a lot better sometimes than the computers. But that's my, those are my comments. Am I happy that we're creating another one? No. But have we gotten anything done before? No. And this is a step in the right direction. And I do like the 100% vote. And I hope that, I know that our council members will take forward the wishes of our council members as we go along, so we'll have somebody there representing us. And I'm going to be supporting the action that we go forward and do this at this time.
Thank you.
Mr. Hazzard.
Well, Mr. Mayor, then I'll make the motion that we approve the formation of the JPA and have the same members as on the FPCC.
Second.
I have a motion, second. Discussion.
Yes,
Mr. Aship?
Yeah, just briefly, Mr. Mayor, the bright side of this is this one more step towards consolidation. I mean, we've regionalized transportation, we've regionalized water, we've regionalized regional planning, and now we're regionalizing flood control. So.
Mr. Dortch.
Well, just to comment on that, I don't know how creating a new agency with a $2 million budget for salary, for staff and facilities is a step towards consolidation, especially when that agency has got development authority over every development that happens within the county. So I don't know how that's a step towards consolidation. But it's another layer of government. It's another layer of review. I don't know how that, to me, that doesn't seem consolidation. That's expansion of government, not consolidation. So clearly I'm not going to support the motion for several reasons. And really, I think we're premature. I mean, all we need to do to meet what the Corps is asking us for right now is that the county sends a letter, says that they're willing to move forward with this project if need be. That's all that's needed. We could do that. The county could do that and move forward. We're still we're forming this agency on the bet that we're going to get $1 billion from the federal government. And we're never going to get $1 billion from the federal government. I mean, it's just not going to happen. And with everything else that's going on, when our staff stands up in front of us and says, we don't need to do this, that we can do this in-house, to me, I'm relying on them. I'm relying on the fact that you know, we really don't need this other level of review. And really, in my opinion, it could be detrimental to this community down the road. So for those reasons, I'm not going to support it.
Okay. Mr. Guston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, as I said before, I really wanted to go through this. I sat on the Flood Committee for 6 years, and I think the Flood Committee made great strides over that period of time to focus on what needed to be done. It's that when you look at, I know when the colonel came here and was in the helicopter ride, he was amazed at the breadth of this project. When he flew it down the river and took a look at it, and he came back, got off the helicopter, and he was smiling because he said, you know, I really understand better what's going on here. I think that flood protection is one of our most important duties. And exactly you might remember 2 years ago, SB 175 was adopted. And for all those reasons, there were 6 reasons in there that bill was, when it was brought forward, that they talked about. And 2 of those, I think, are the most important. prevention of loss of life and to others in the community, and prevent the disruption of commerce, transportation, and essential services. Those things are huge. We talked about the last giant flood we had was close to $1 billion, and everybody said, well, this one's going to be, the next one's going to be more. So I think that for the reasons stated in SB 175, which I've just read a couple of those, the mayor said it earlier, this community's been going through this for 20 years. I think in the last 6 years, not because I was there, but we got a lot closer to moving this down the road. And if we don't do something, who knows how long it's going to be before we make meaningful changes, another 10, another 20 years. I do have a little bit of a personal portion to this and a little myopic in it, and that is the fact that we need a new Virginia Street Bridge. It's one of the worst, if it's not the top, it's the second most dangerous bridge or bridge that, endangered bridge in the state. And the cost to repair that, or to rebuild it is 20 to 24 million. We had commentary earlier, Mr. Purdy talked about this, I've heard the mayor talk about this in the past, about dredging. You know, it's not an either or to me. There could be some dredging, but that bridge needs to be replaced. And I know my other members of that board, how we went back and forth about the historic nature of the bridge and what we can do about it. And we just couldn't do a bandage repair of that bridge. It needs to be a new bridge. Now, whether it's a bridge that you can just lift or whatever its style it's going to be, I don't think that dredging some of the river is out of line right here. So to me, the design costs that have been approved, and there's still more to come, as this is a traction project, and I think essential for the city of Reno. So I'm a little myopic in that. I think that the JPA will move that Virginia Street Bridge farther along and quicker than an interlocal agreement or the city of Reno could. So that's why I think we need to move forward in the planning, and we have to make a commitment now, using part of that 1/8 cent sales tax. Because if the money goes away, to me, the bridge goes away. And I think that's a linchpin for the city of Reno and the flood project. So I am going to be in favor and support the motion.
Well, and there's one thing that, the sad part about when you start designing this, you want to get everybody involved. And we've gotten everybody involved in the Living River, and we're buying land and stuff like this. Concrete walls have to go into some of these places along the industrial section. Paying the university multi-million dollars of land that's useless to them when it floods needs to be looked at. Do we need to pay the university multi-million dollars, or can we put a wall there? It's an industrial area, or can we do it or work a deal with them? But I hope we will look at this Living River and make sure that it's not going to eat us alive, because where it's gone up to $1.8 billion, I think we as our staff needs to look at it and bring it more back in line of what it's going to be, because it'll be a cold day in hell before we get $1 billion out of the United States government. Mr. Isaac.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and I agree, and I don't think that we're doing this on the bet that we're getting $1 billion. In my opinion, whether I don't get $1 billion, I've got to do something.
That's right.
With the money that we have and the resources that we have here. It's not, we have to do something to try to protect as many people as we can with the money we have. If we get the $1 billion and do the whole project, great. But we have to, I think as a city of Reno, we've seen how the projects are downstream, downstream, downstream. To be able to force some of these things upstream and help the Virginia Street Bridge, I think this is exactly why we have to form a JPA.
Well, do me a favor. From Arlington past Keystone Bridge, get enough money to raise that berm there so it just doesn't wash across, and put some rocks out there, and we can take care of it for about, say, 50 grand.
But that to me is the issue, is whether we count on the federal government or not, is we have a source and we have to deal with it. The other part that comes in is, if it's a new government, if you don't do this, you're not saving $1.3 million or whatever it is on staff. It would still be eaten up by someone at the county or at the city or at Sparks. It would still cost the same amount of money, in my opinion, with the staff members.
And the commissioners are not willing to accept the responsibility for it. So this is the alternative.
That's the case, why would you ever consolidate?
Well, when we get it.
You're not going to have any savings by doing it in-house. Why would you ever consolidate? Why don't we always just form other agencies to take care of it?
Because in this instance, there can be some.
Savings.
There wouldn't be the savings because this is an expert class of people that have to be done with flood control. If I have IT that run computers, they can run computers here and they can run computers in the county and they can run computers in Sparks. That's different than someone who has engineering knowledge of flood control and someone who can work with the Army Corps of Engineers. The same reason we sometimes go out for experts in land development. We don't keep all that in-house for attorneys. We go outside with people with special expertise. The same thing happens here. I think that flood control is an area of special expertise that has to be done here. So and I understand all your concerns, but I don't think it would save us that much money if we didn't do this. And I don't believe that, I'm not going on the bet that we're getting $1 billion from the feds.
No. All right, let's move forward here. We've debated this thing quite a bit. Mr. Fries, you got a comment real quick?
Yeah, and I do, because I do want to address some of the things Councilman Dorch said. We do have to have some regulation because that's exactly how the flooding occurs. People's homes occur. I mean, I know this firsthand. It happens in my district. So you have to have some type of review. That's how we had the hillside and drainage way ordinance. Thanks to Councilman Hashchev bringing that forward based on concerns from the neighborhood. But secondly, Mr. Mayor, I think that this is a form of consolidation. A lot of things you haven't heard about in the press, but the staff has moved forward and been able to leverage the money that we've received on various projects, the restoration projects, working with the private sector, with the Indian colony, and I suspect that will, I mean, that's going to continue as we do that. I agree with Dave. I don't know if we're going to get the $1 billion,
Well, I doubt if we
but
will
there's
be.
a huge rally happening in Carson City today for construction jobs, Mr. Mayor, and that's the other part of it. We have over 50% unemployment with our construction trades. Everyone's talking about how we're going to create jobs, what we're going to do for job creation. This, to me, is going to be the single biggest project that's going to help our construction workers get back to work. And I think that's another element.
Keystone wouldn't be a very expensive one, so I look forward to see it
And
brought
just
forward.
a comment that you made, I think it's very important not for the county not to move forward on their own, because for the simple fact that in the beginning stages, and Councilman Guston will remember this on the board, you know, I don't want 20-foot tall walls in downtown Reno. And I think that's very important. The community spent years and years putting together, I mean, I think there were 200 people involved putting the Living River plan together, and I think there's a lot at stake for downtown and the rest of how we create this flood control project, because everyone said we don't want another project like LA with the high just concrete walls moving through our community. So we have to make sure that this is done right, and I agree with Councilman Guston on the Virginia Street
Well, they
Bridge.
did a great job in Napa, so we need to look at it.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to withdraw my motion. I've been told I should make it differently.
If you'll make it differently, I'd appreciate it.
You have to ask the second if he'll withdraw.
The second to go further.
Get going.
Then I would move to approve the interlocal cooperative agreement establishing the Truckee River Flood Management Authority and authorize the mayor to execute and make the determination that the Truckee River Flood Management Project as contemplated in the agreement herein would, 1, prevent the loss of life and property, 2, prevent the disruption of commerce, transportation, communication, and essential services which have adverse economic impacts, 3, prevent the waste of water resulting from floods, 4, provide for the conservation, development, use, and disposal of water and improved quality of water, 5, provide for ecosystem restoration and enhanced recreational facilities, and 6, provide for the safeguarding of the public health, and also appoint the current FPCC members to the JPA.
Second.
Have a motion, second. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
For the same reasons that I expressed it at our last meeting, I think that everything that we've talked about, I can virtually say, yes, I agree with. It is the most, one of the most critical priorities that we have, providing services to this community region-wide. I see it as being just a blatant opportunity for heavy, top-ended bureaucracy. I absolutely support our staff's recommendation that we could do it as effectively but more efficiently, save money if we were to go with an interlocal agreement and manage it ourselves. And I just, especially in these economic times, I cannot support doing the job we need to do at too high of a price, and I think this comes with too high of a price. We can perform the job as needed and protect the interests of Reno for a lower price if we went with an interlocal agreement.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Show the vote 5-2. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump back in our agenda. Item C5, approval of amendment to interlocal agreement with Washoe County financing design permit for replacement of Virginia Street Bridge in the amount of $4.8 million.
Move to approve, Mr. Mayor.
I will second in one comment.
All right.
You know what, in looking at this, and I guess to the, there's a Virginia Street Bridge meeting on Monday, and I'll reiterate then, but again, about the bridge, whatever, I would love to see the consideration of a hydraulic lift bridge, which doesn't necessitate taking any of the blocks downtown and ramping up from there. A hydraulic lift bridge seems to be a reasonable possibility. So, Carrie, if we can talk about that and look at that. We don't talk about it now, but I just want to get that across. I've looked at all the other options, and not that I'm going to be the one who decides that, but it seems to me it's a very viable possibility that jet bridge just comes up, and it's very easy to do with hydraulics.
In fact, we'll review with you at the subcommittee meeting that was, in fact, one of the council directions, outcome of the 2009 downtown visioning, was that we would advance the Virginia Street Bridge as Reno's Traction Project or Truckee River Early Action Project, advancing that one alone, and also that we would include more lift bridges in the analysis.
Yeah, because what we don't want to do is the ramping up that we've seen before, and some people made a presentation on that. It just really causes havoc with downtown from Court Street to First Street.
Yes, I'll also remind you that you did select a level of flood protection at the 2009.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second.
I have a motion, second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Yes, I was just looking here, it's the proposed state legislature, other matters. Huh? That's a 4 o'clock time certain. So let's take a 5-minute break. Take a 5-minute break, then we'll get back after it. Thank y'all. We'll be in recess. Well, we'll call this meeting back to order. And since I have overlooked one group here, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to the redevelopment agency meeting, because we've had people sitting here all afternoon to do a little report. One of them, I didn't mind him sitting here all afternoon, but other than that, I didn't want to keep everybody up. And he knows who I didn't mind sitting here all afternoon, don't you?
Yes, sir.
All right, Madam Secretary, call the roll.
Hasjeff.
Here.
Guston. Zadra. Sferrazza. Dorch. Ayazi. Kashal.
Here. Approval of the agenda.
Second.
Have a motion, second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carried. Approval of the minutes for January 26th.
Move to approve.
All right, second. Got a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Public comment. Do you have any public comment cards? No public comment. I'll close it, bring it back to the table. Item A4, presentation, Downtown Management Company regarding the ballroom operations. Yes, sir. Identify yourself for the record.
This is my name is Phil DeLone. I'm the Executive Director of Sales at Silver Legacy Resort Casino. And on my right is Stephanie Lepre, our Chief Financial Officer. We're representing the Reno Ballroom today and here to give you an update on the management of that ballroom, its business success, and answer any questions you may have. In our first slide, just to give everyone an overview, the ballroom has now reached 3 years of operation. It opened in February of 2008. It is located on a strip of property previously owned by MGM Resorts International and El Dorado Resorts. Just a moment. How do we do this? There we go. The ballroom was built at $19 million, and the resorts contributed $3.5 million in land and $3.2 million in furniture, fixtures, and equipment. The ballroom is 28,000 square feet and has a 4,600 square foot pre-function salon. The space is convertible into 6 individual meeting rooms and comfortable seating for 1,970 for a banquet or concerts, boxing, and special events for 3,000 guests. The ballroom complements the Reno Events Center as an ideal venue for conventions and trade shows. It provides banquet space to attract large convention groups to the downtown corridor, provides a venue for large local social functions, catering functions. It's also an ideal venue for concerts, boxing, special events. It's been extremely well received by all the customers who've been using it. It allows a great amount of flexibility for the downtown Reno hotels to book short-term meetings, generates a significant number of room nights, as we'll demonstrate later, and has been proven to be a critical asset within a very, very competitive marketplace. In providing you an overview of 2010, 2010 was probably the very worst year in the last 30 or 40 for the entire state of Nevada as far as tourism in the convention markets, and it's been an abysmal year nationwide. However, despite that economic downturn, oh yeah, what are you doing? There we go. Despite the economic downturn, we did increase revenues, catering revenues, by 30% to $1.1 million, and Stephanie will go into that a little bit later. And then also we did not see a very insignificant downturn in room nights. In 2009, we generated almost 29,000 room nights, and in 2010, that dropped by 5.5% to 27,000. It's really an insignificant drop, as we've seen attendance at many conventions in 2010 drop as much as 30 to 40%. We've carved out a reputation of providing top-notch service, excellent product, excellent price, which in turn builds customer loyalty and results in many rebookings. To give you an idea, we had Bombardier Recreational Products was probably our single largest expenditure of income in 2010. Western States Police and Fire Games, Kiwanis, Ace Users Group, which is a large software company, and the National Association of Trailer Manufacturers, to name a few. Those were some of the new groups. We've also aggressively gone after the social catering market in Reno. Some of the more well-known names for those events are the Fantasies and Chocolate, JDRF, Nevada Women's Summit, which we booked 6 weeks out with Michelle Obama as our keynote speaker, and of course the Prospectors Club Christmas Party, which has celebrated its 3rd year with us. The Reno Ballroom's also been utilized for a variety of concerts and special events such as Hot August Nights. Stephanie's going to review some of the financial statements now in detail.
Okay, just going through the income statement here, which is for the 12 months ended December 31st, our fiscal calendar, compared to 2009, and then we've also included 2008, which was our first year of operations for your reference. Food catering revenues increased 35% in 2010. We felt this was a positive highlight considering the very tough economic environment, and also in light of the fact that at Silver Legacy our banquet revenues declined 10%. So the ballroom has been very positive, very well received. Our clients like it. It's able to accommodate that larger group that we were not able to accommodate before in the downtown corridor. As far as food concessions, those also increased. These are typically non-banquet food functions associated with concerts or box lunch type items. Convention room rentals declined 43%. I'm sure you all targeted in on that one. That was partly due to the fact we had 2 less concerts in 2010 compared to 2009. and also a reduction in traditional meeting space rentals. I'm sure most of you know that's kind of the gravy for a ballroom or convention center because the expenses are quite a bit lower on that. But given the reduction in convention business in the industry, the lack of interest in paying for rental space when they could get it for free other places or negotiate that or forego that expense resulted in that reduction this year or in 2010. As far as convention equipment rentals, those remain flat in 10 compared to 9, and that brings our total revenues to an increase of 17%. Moving down to cost of sales, the food catering commission, that is a flat 52% of food catering revenues. That also increased 35% in conjunction with food catering revenues, same percentage increase. Food concessions, that increased a little bit more than the revenues did. That was primarily due to the type of food concessions. Again, we had the 2 less concerts, and those have a higher profit margin. Food equipment cost of sales increased proportionately with convention equipment rental. That was primarily because we ended up renting a lot more outside items than in-house rental items, where you get 100% revenue on those in-house rentals, whereas there's a cost associated with outside equipment rental. Again, that was a function of the type of banquets that were booked in the ballroom in 10 versus 9 and impacted the profit margins. Going down to payroll, despite what we're all dealing with, higher insurance costs, minimum wage increase impacted us a little bit on our hourly wages. We were able to manage our payroll expenses. Those went up 20%, whereas the big line item there that we compared to is food catering revenues that are up 35%. So of course, there's always opportunity to manage your payroll, but we felt that that was a good metric there, that it didn't increase as much as the revenues. Going down to other expenses, the main item there that you may look at or question is the supplies. We had to do, so this was our 3rd year of operations, so we had to replace silverware, glassware, some china. We also had some expenses related to repairs to the sewer and grease trap inceptors. That was it actually was before the Michelle Obama event, so it was an emergency repair that we had to pay for. That was about $14,000 of that $30,000 increase. Going down to repairs and maintenance, that's primarily HVAC, wall partitions, kitchen equipment, windows that are broken on the exterior, typical repairs and maintenance items. The rest of the line items are fairly consistent with prior years. Utilities is one of our largest expenses. Unfortunately, we bear that cost running that building. We do everything we can to minimize that and be as efficient as possible. We have been successful in lowering that bill, as you can see in 2008, which wasn't a whole year of operations. We've managed to decrease that expense over the 3-year period. And then the ballroom management fee, that is the agreed upon fee that goes to the management company. Of course, Silver Legacy retains $100,000 of that expense because we share in the total loss. So as long as there's a loss, we're really only getting $100,000 of that $150,000. We share it's important to point out that we share the loss with our partners, MGM Mirage, or MGM Resorts International renamed, and El Dorado. None of the loss is borne by the city, although they do share in the profits. If there are profits, they get a 50% allocation. But again, that's after the priority payment, which I won't go into all of that on the contract at this point. Let's go back to Phil.
Okay. Looking ahead through the balance of 2011, we expect room nights to increase by 20% over 2010 to 32,000. We feel very comfortable that that's easily obtainable. Revenues are budgeted to increase slightly in 2011. Stephanie can give you detail. Ballroom is budgeted to have a net loss in 11 of $10,600 compared to our loss this year of $65,000. Again, those losses are absorbed by the tribe properties. We've laid down a very, very good base of repeat customers. starting from scratch 3 years ago. We have the Wild Sheep Foundation, which is utilizing the convention center south of town this week for its trade show and headquartering at the Reno Ballroom in Silver Legacy. They're right now in the middle of a 3-year arrangement with us. Parachute Industry Association returns next week. Very, very large group. Western States Tow Show has made the Reno Ballroom in downtown its home for the foreseeable future. Western Propane Gas has enjoyed the Reno Ballroom for the last several years and is booked with us, I think now till 2016. America Outdoors, Costco, Tupperware, L&L Nursery Supply, all of these repeat groups return throughout 2011 and again in the future. And then we have large new customers. A few of those would be the Californios, which is a new and very successful equestrian event held in the fall. The National Association of MG Registers, those are all MG English car collectors. National Association of Catering Executives, Vietnam Veterans of America, United States Army Cadet Command. These are all some of the larger groups that are coming, and there are others. 2011 sales and marketing. The Tri-Property started a new website last year called renoconventions.com, which is designed to be the platform to bring conventions to downtown Reno. And, of course, the Reno Event Center and Reno Ballroom are keynote features of that website. We have doubled the number of email blasts that we're doing to America's meeting planners to try to attract requests for proposals from Reno. Each of those blasts goes to about 85,000 meeting planners on an ongoing basis. We've also doubled to 6 this year the number of on-hand site inspection, what we call FAM trips, familiarization trips. And we've added, in partnership with the RSCVA, a feature called Come See, Fly Free, where we actually pay for their airline tickets to come out and take a look. All of those costs are absorbed by the Tribe Properties. None of the costs are borne by the city. We have hired a full-time local social catering sales manager. He's targeted Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Safari Club, St. Mary's Gala, all of the University Foundation dinners. We've also partnered with the RSCVA on a national advertising co-op. And of course, common sense would show that we would showcase the Reno Ballroom in our annual collateral pieces like our convention brochures and direct mail pieces. Any questions?
Questions, council members? Mr. President.
Yeah, I guess first a question for the city attorney's office. Who's responsible to make sure that the agreement with NUCO is followed, the facility agreement? I believe, Jonathan, it's your signature too on this document.
So the question, again, for the record, Jonathan Shipman, Deputy City Attorney. Essentially, that's a staff function to manage the agreement.
Okay, and I guess, have we received a question for Jill? In the agreement, it requires them the operator to deliver an independent audit every single year within 90 days after June 30th of our budget year. So every year they have to come in and with an audit paid for at their expense, that the city chooses who the auditor is. Have we received any of that?
We've had discussions around this in the beginning. We are required to be compliant with Sarbanes-Oxley. We're an SEC filer, as Silver Legacy is, and these ballroom operations flow through our financial statements. Deloitte & Touche is our auditor, so we provide the city with our audited financial statements every year, which encompasses the ballroom. I believe the agreement was at their discretion. They could request an audit, and that we would, we agreed to comply with that. But at this point, we've never had a specific audit of the ballroom. In the beginning, the city came over and reviewed all of our internal controls. They looked through, they were very thorough, looked at our time clock system. We talked through how we run our operations and all those things. At that point, they were satisfied with what they saw, and I don't think anything's prompted anything since then.
Well, I guess I'd like Jonathan to review page 14, section 7.6 of the agreement. And then the second is Exhibit B with the ballroom agreement. I guess question for our city manager. Monthly, under the ballroom agreement, they are supposed to fill out a operating budget that's to be delivered to the city manager. Is this taking place?
We provide that every month, our financial statements, yes.
Okay, and where do those go to?
Those are, for the record, Jill Olson, those come to the accounting manager in the finance department.
Okay, and then on the, because it says at that time the city will review. And the reason why I'm concerned about this, because we share in the profit. I understand their presentation on the loss. They absorb the loss, but we are looking at a deficit with the Events Center ballroom facility on the actual bonds. So when they're going through, in fact, in the agreement it says any change within $25,000 has to be approved. That it also states that in the agreement. And on section, the marketing plan that is also submitted within the ballroom agreement has to be approved on a yearly basis. Has that been done?
I was involved peripherally when the agreement was created. We've had conversations with staff. They've been great to work with about some of the language in the management agreement is restrictive from an operational standpoint. In the beginning, we were bombarding them with booking sheets and every contract and volumes of paper. And so back then, we agreed that it would be on a as-needed basis rather than us bombarding them with a bunch of paper that may or may not be necessary. We've had discussions, and maybe Jill can talk about this more, but how the process will go about doing amendment to the agreement to make it a little more conducive to the actual business operations. For example, our fiscal year is 12/31, theirs is June 30. That's one of the things that we think should be changed in the agreement we've all agreed upon. But those are, and I'm not sure about the process of getting that approved, but I think we're all on the same page as to the intent of the agreement and what needs to be addressed there. But we do an annual marketing plan. To answer your question, we do a formal business plan. It's very voluminous and maybe a bit dry, but we do that, and it's available upon request for the city, but there's a specific section related to the ballroom as well.
And then section 2.2.3, if we're going to look at making modifications to the agreement, talks about the naming rights and who would get, and Mr. Mayor, we've talked about this, but I think to generate some revenue, we got to start thinking outside the box here. And I think what I would like to see, I think this contract needs to be analyzed, because any revenues in excess of $50,000 falls within that provision of the contract. And I think the naming rights in particular, have you guys tried to market naming the facility?
The mayor probably can speak more to I think there's been discussion about the signage. There still isn't a...
There has been discussion about signage. There's been discussion about going out and marketing. But I've always felt that if we did any marketing or selling of naming rights, that those would be the revenues of the city.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, that's not the way the agreement reads now on page 7. So if we are going to bring this agreement back, and I do think and Jonathan, I'd like you to look at 14, that section. Because
what is it called for? Does it call for the trap properties to get a percentage of naming rights?
It says operator is required, they have to obtain the city manager's approval, and all vendor or concession contracts that produce annual gross revenues in excess of $50,000. Right now, Mr. Mayor, it's split if there's not a loss, but if there's a loss,
the naming rights of what I'm talking about, naming rights on
is the building, yes.
Pepsi-Cola, Texaco, whatever it be.
but under the current language of the agreement is they get half of the, if there's not a loss.
Jill Olson for the record, and I'm certainly no attorney. My understanding would be that that would not be considered part of gross revenue, that would be a separate contract, and that this section says that contract would be referred to the city council for approval. So the terms related to those proceeds could be negotiated outside of the definition of gross revenue under the operations of the ballroom.
Or even, would that apply if we were to lease the name too?
Yeah, I haven't reviewed this, and I'll be happy to review it. I guess maybe the question would be is if you have certain business terms that you want to see an amendment, and you could just tell us what those are, and then we can follow up and get those amendments. That might be the easiest way to do it, rather than focus on what is in the contract right here and right now.
Yeah, and Jonathan, I think we do need to look at that in the future.
So naming rights.
Just cut to the point. How much do you want to pay to call it Sprazzatown?
No, but we ought to look at how much is coming out of the general fund for these bonds and see if there's an opportunity with some naming rights on the facility to help pay the debt service of the bonds.
Sure. Yeah. Are there any other issues that you want to call out?
And I do think that, on page 14, I do want you to look at section 7.6. We are in agreement, and not to have an audit of any kind since the facility opened is, to me, especially when we're in a profit situation. Not that I'm saying there's any profit right now in this facility, but I think we need to find out what that language means.
Okay, and so but I imagine you want to see an audit and potentially have an audit company come in and pay an auditor to come in and audit the records.
Actually, they have to pay for the audit under the agreement.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
Yeah, on your spreadsheet, what's the convention room rental? What do we charge per day to rent that place?
It's $3,500 if the full ball. It's per square foot basis. But if you rented the whole ballroom, it would be $3,500.
And then is that money? Is that what goes to the city to pay the bonds? Is that what that money goes to?
No, the way the agreement reads now is that.
If there's a profit at the end.
Well, actually, there's gross revenues, and then all the operating expenses are paid. Secondly, the deposits are funded to the construction account from the operating budget. Then third, there's an operating loss carry forward for the preceding year, so that would also net. And then at that point, then funds would get split with the city on a 50-50 basis.
And here's what my concern was when we first got this proposal. We were told that you might reduce the rent or make it free if people agreed to more catering.
No, the way that's typical within the industry is if your food and beverage catering exceeds 50% of that rent, so at least $7,000, then you don't pay for rent of that facility. And that's, Phil can speak to in all his years of catering and convention business, but that's very standard. It's comparable to the Reno event or the convention center.
But if I work that way down, just to help me out here, does that change the bottom line at all? Let's say that if it went to the line and not to catering, would that change the bottom line?
No, but your profit margin is much more favorable on pure room rental space, right? Because you might have some minimal labor to set it up, but you're turning the lights on anyways, and versus a catering function where you have setup labor, you have linens, you have laundry, you have kitchen, you have all of those additional expenses.
Right, and it's just a flat 52%, so there's no actual cost.
Well, that's just your food cost on that 52%.
But that's just what it is, so it could be far less. I mean, we have no idea. It could be far less or more. You get paid 52% of catering, no matter what it is.
Right, El Dorado had the convention catering, but that's just back of the house and food. So you still have front of the house service labor, setup, all of that, which is charged on an hourly basis to the ballroom.
Because what I was concerned about, and I may be allayed right now, but if you're doing, even though it's a standard business practice, if they do that and that changes it so it looks like a loss every year, then that's where the general fund has to pick up that loss.
I don't think we could compete in any marketplace if we did not have that pricing parameter in place.
But is that something that would be a change, I guess, that would come back so we would have some say as owners of the building who have to make up the loss? You know, you say we don't make up the loss, but we will be making up the loss. It will be the general fund because you don't have in here what it costs for the bonds.
No, we funded $3 million in FF&E. El Dorado and MGM donated the land. I guess I'm a little stumped because when we did these projections in the beginning, no one thought that this ballroom would be a revenue or a profit center. Let me take that back. It's a revenue generator. It's not necessarily a profit center. Standalone ballrooms typically are not. I mean, you've seen the convention centers, P&L. I think they lost $1.6 million in fiscal 10. The Reno Event Center is not profitable. It's a generator of ancillary revenues as far as room nights and sales tax dollars and generating visitation to the downtown corridor. But a standalone basis, it's really not a profit center.
No, but it was supposed to pay for itself. And under this, it sort of is, but you don't have in here the cost of the building. So for you,
Yeah, that was not in my realm of.
I know, but I'm just trying to say is when if there's not enough money coming in to pay the bond on the building, then we do have to pick up that cost. That's not something that the tri-partners do. That is something that the taxpayers would be picking up that cost.
Yes, I understand that. But as the management company, our intent is just to run the ballroom.
And that's what I'm trying to get to is the ballroom being run. I guess, and you're telling me that it probably is. It wouldn't matter where it goes, so that it's not being hidden under one portion and not the other portion. So I could take money out of it just to pay the bonds.
No, I mean I think we're open to discussing, and as Jessica probably read in the agreement, the pricing is subject to approval by the city manager and the city. We can certainly review our pricing policies. We welcome an audit. It's of course an additional expense for everybody, but we, have nothing that we don't want to share with you if you have some input on pricing. But I guess you got to understand we're working in a very competitive economic environment here, and we're competing with people outside of Reno, Native American. We're competing with Vegas sometimes. It's difficult to bring these groups here, and you have to be able to have some flexibility in pricing to stay competitive.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that you should do that, but I think if we'd have gotten this ahead of time, maybe our staff should put on what our costs are so we can see overall whether this building is paying for itself, because no one thought it'd be a revenue generator, but when they came and told us that they want us to float these bonds, they said room tax will pay for it, room tax will pay for it.
Yeah, that was out of my realm of
but that isn't what's happening now, and we all know because room tax is not there anymore.
Well, no one was going to
So,
foresee
I'm not blaming anybody for it, it's just that's reality today, so we want to look into how we can still make our bond payments too.
Who's on the direct payroll expenses? You've got the ballroom manager and also it looks like 50% of the catering sales manager.
Right.
Who is the ballroom manager?
His name is Tim Murphy. He's an employee that's dedicated to the ballroom.
Is that 100%?
His salary is 100%. He's
Right, but is he an employee of the El Dorado?
Silver Legacy.
Silver Legacy. And then how much time does he spend on the ballroom? Does he do anything else?
His sole function is to spend all his time on the ballroom. He goes, maintains the building. He's in charge of ordering, via our purchasing and all of that. But he's in charge of scheduling. He's in charge of all functions related to the ballroom. So it's a ballroom manager type that encompasses.
Do you know what his salary is?
Not off the top of my head, I don't.
And then
I can get that to you.
Catering sales manager, is that also, who's an employee of what company?
He's an employee of Silver Legacy as well. We determined 50% was fair to go to the ballroom. These days, I think he sells the ballroom more than 50% of his time, but we felt that was fair. We were really pushing local social catering, the directive from.
But he doesn't keep a timesheet, does he? Allocating his time. And then did you say the El Dorado has the catering contract?
They did up until October of 2010, and then they determined they didn't have the staffing requirements. It was a little bit onerous for them to do that. We're a much larger convention hotel, used to doing it, so we took that on in October of 2010.
So who's
with
we?
the same terms.
Silver Legacy. Oh, Silver Legacy.
Yeah.
And then what's the actual cost? I know it's 52%, but what's their food cost on average? 35%?
I don't have that with me. I can get that for you. It fluctuates depending on what type of business it is or convention group it is, and because we just took it over, it's.
Do you know what the
we
El
only have 3
Dorados
months.
was before they gave it up?
No, but I'm sure I can get that for you.
And then you don't include kind of the off-site revenue? So for example, on the 32,000 room nights, which is going to be a 20% increase for 2011, where do they stay?
Silver Legacy.
Okay.
And Circus and El Dorado, but primarily we have the largest room base.
Are you able to quantify that as to what, how does that help the bottom line? How does that work?
Yeah, every number of the 32,000, every group could be quantified back to its host hotel.
Do you have any idea off the top of your head what that would generate?
As far
as revenue? Yeah, room nights.
Revenue.
I assume they eat in the restaurants if they're not eating at the ballroom?
We don't track it to that level.
Okay.
We could probably provide you an estimate on the room revenue.
How about gambling?
Don't track their
Don't track
gambling
it.
either.
I think I didn't highlight it when I was going through the financial statements, but it's also important to point out that no advertising, no marketing collateral, no professional services such as insurance, audit fees, legal fees, none of that is absorbed by the ballroom. We didn't even charge credit card fees to the ballroom. So I think Silver Lake, we are definitely absorbing a lot of expenses, and we're getting our management fee, but we are absorbing expenses that if you had a true standalone situation would be borne by this building.
And you said, what are those expenses again? Insurance?
Insurance, G&L, property, workers' comp.
That's not included in payroll?
Not the insurance piece of it. The workers' comp benefit is, but not the insurance. The bonds, those business expenses you need to carry. Marketing and advertising, none of that is charged here. No collateral pieces other than menus. No legal fees. I mean, there shouldn't be any really inherent to it, but
So
if there were
that would have
something-
been for 2010 on marketing and advertising, right? Because it looks like in 2009 you had only $2,000. Was that it?
Yeah, there might be some real minimal items, maybe some small signage pieces that would have gone to those lines.
So how was that decision made? Because actually in 2008 you had 9,200.
That was when we opened, when the building opened, so there were some specific ballroom pieces that were created. We've deemed since 2008 that we believe we should absorb all of it, and we've been expense conscious on our own of doing a lot of integrated marketing pieces, and so we've encompassed that theory with the ballroom as well.
So in 2009, was there 100% charge for marketing and advertising? Did you write
I'm
that
sure
off?
that's the $2,000 on there.
Yeah.
I'd have to get back to you on exactly what it was. I'm sure it's a very small, small item that was specific to either an event or something.
What would be the average? What do you think's off the books, so to speak, that you're spending that's not getting charged?
Millions.
I'd be guessing I could tell you, our.
You'd be guessing.
Probably be about 10,000 a month.
Those pieces are not cheap, nor is mailing cost or
No.
e-marketing's not cheap either.
But promoting it and everything with radio, TV, newspaper, and all that stuff, magazines, trade magazines, you could be spending $20,000-$25,000 a month, whereas you're promoting the Silver Legacy and this thing's piggybacking.
Primarily, it's internet and print
Right.
media.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Guston?
Just a couple quick questions, and just for an overview, kind of for me to understand. In 2010, you're looking at the bookings and, Western States Police and Fire Games, Kiwanis. Is there a number that there's an average amount of revenue generated from those, and then compared to 2011? Is it a minimum, as you said earlier, the minimum sounds to me like it's $7,000, right? For the
In food and beverage revenue to get the.
But is there an average amount of revenue that's generated? There isn't an average.
You could take two, let's say a large convention might be 2,000 room nights. One of them may spend 300,000-400,000 in banquet food and beverage, and another, consuming the same number of room nights, may spend 20,000. There is no rule of thumb. It is all based on the budget of the individual group.
And
we have no control over that.
Understand. The 7 concerts, are they as they call it in the trade, are they four-wallers? Is that what that is?
We usually use that term in terms of concerts, a 4-wall versus a 2-wall. Who's paying the expenses? I haven't heard that with sales groups, or trade shows.
Where somebody comes in, I think like a New Year's or a Christmas card, they come in and they pay you X amount of dollars, but they take everything inside. Is that the kind of 7 concerts you have?
The way we've been doing the concerts, it's similar to the Reno Event Center, or most of the Reno Event Centers, where there's a rental fee that covers, and then it's profitable to the ballroom, and then the promoter gets the revenues.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I think that terminology is a 4-wall.
Yeah.
Right? That's
And you don't charge us for the contributions you make to bring in, like the fire games or other things. You don't charge that contribution that Silver Legacy makes.
No, in fact, there's often times where we bear the cost of the ballroom. If we were going to comp the room rental or take care of that because we're generating room nights, we'll actually pay that money to the ballroom. So we're very cognizant of making sure it's a arm's length transaction, and if we're the benefactors, we will charge ourselves rent and pick that up.
Any other questions?
one last question. When are the MG people coming in?
They're coming in mid-June. They only have an event every 5 years. Should be, as far as automobiles, 800 to 1,000 automobiles.
Were they interested in buying a 52? Never mind.
That'd be an MGTD, I think.
It is a TD, not a TF or TC. You're right.
All right, any other questions? Thank you all very much.
Thanks.
Appreciate
you.
it. Chair will entertain a motion to accept the report.
Is this your pen?
Nope.
Have a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. All right, now we're... No, let's finish. What else we got under redevelopment? No. If I flip it over, I would. All right. Let's go to item B1 under the agenda. Potential direction staff marketing lease agreement for 7 at West Street Market.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I brought this forward from the elders of 7. They wanted to modify their lease so that they could stay open longer than the 10 o'clock. They got a notice from the city in December that they would have to start closing at 10 o'clock, which is what their lease says, but they wanted to get an extension to be open later.
How late?
I think till 1 a.m. is what they're asking for. Does he still have? 1 a.m., which is, I think, what we allow the wine bar to be open for.
Does 7 moves all of its stuff out into the plaza during the summer months and stuff like that out in the little plaza? Do we charge them an extra fee for that, or they just take over that place because everything goes in? You want to go to public bathrooms, you have to go through, you have to do all this stuff. Do they charge fees to come in there and do that?
Pete Wallace with the Redevelopment Agency. The physical furniture that is located within the market is moved around in between inside and outside that is owned by the agency. However, the events that are hosted, sponsored by 7, do spill over from their bar area into the common area and into the outside. And no, there is no cost to use those spaces.
Well,
That's what it says in the contract, though, Mr. Mayor. The lease agreement is the common areas for the common area for people, all the tenants there to use it.
Yeah.
And so they use it. And I don't think all of the events that are there at 7, because 7 doesn't
No.
lease where the stage is. 7 is only the bar area. So
But-
other people will sponsor something there. And 7 gets the blame for everything, but it's not always 7 who does the event.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to imply that.
It's okay. That's why gets confused in there.
So,
But because we're in a residential section with condos, do we want to go till 1 o'clock in the morning with live entertainment and stuff?
That would be a policy decision. When staff came forward with the market concept, the hours were worked into the leases from 11 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock at night. Going beyond the 10 o'clock, staff would like to have direction from council to do a lease amendment similar to the amendment that was provided to the wine bar when we negotiated his lease in the beginning.
We did give them a lease amendment for 1 month to open till 1 o'clock. In July, last June or July.
The lease amendment started in July and continued through December. Staff came before council back in April, and we were given direction to work with the RAB to come up with a plan that would allow 7 to host events 2 times a week and come up with a lease amendment that would allow them to extend their lease hours past 10 o'clock.
And
That's
did we get
correct.
any complaints in that 6-month time period?
There were some informal complaints from neighbors.
Informal, which means no complaints in a court of law.
Yes, sir.
I mean, and that's why we gave them the 6 months, to see whether there would be trouble. And quite honestly, I don't think there's been much trouble there. I mean, there's some things, I mean, it brought up the Santa Crawl and all that, but that's all over downtown.
Well, I think there is concern about with the 1 o'clock with music and having living units so close by. That certainly is. I was going to ask a question earlier about the space they use, but if it's in their lease, if it was written that way, because it seems that you got one business now dominating that entire area. But if there's no additional revenue to us because the lease is written that way, I guess I have no recourse in that. But at 1 o'clock, I wouldn't.
Well, that's a
oppose that.
bigger, let me ask, is Envy, Reno Envy moving?
That is correct. We're negotiating a lease currently with them for the parking gallery.
So they'll be moving out of the West Street Market.
Yes, sir.
So what is the viability of the West Street Market ongoing?
That's exactly
And
my point.
Mr.
The whole
Mayor-
thing may disappear.
And members of the council, staff is looking at what options we have because the West Street Market is not paying for itself. So we are looking at what our options are in terms of whether we should continue to keep it open as a whole or what options we should bring back to you. And I think we were trying to come back to you sometime in March with a presentation on the overall status of West Street and what we would recommend to go forward with.
With what everything's happening in redevelopment and stuff like this, I think that we should postpone any action here until.
Well, here's why I think that we should, because I have a feeling that we'll be closing it down, quite honestly. And if that's the case, then I think these people ought to have an opportunity to make the money out of it that they put into it. I mean, they put a lot of money into keeping that, putting in their bar and if we just say we're closing it down, then
No, that's not
they're
fair.
done.
That's not fair. But let's look at, is 11 o'clock more reasonable right now for a time?
Well, again, Mr. Mayor, no complaints. They had no complaints. We could
do-
just extend another 6 months and see how it goes and see if anybody complains.
Or maybe a little less than that, Dave? Why don't we just do it until we get our report
Let's do it
in
for
March?
three months right now. Let's go to midnight, 3 months till midnight. Because I have had several calls from people that live over in those areas. I'll go to midnight.
Are we
Mr.
talking-
That's the reason we have Reno Direct.
I know we do.
Are we talking 7 days a week, or are we talking just certain days, or?
Well, if we put it in the lease.
Come on up to the microphone and then you can fill out a sheet later. We're messing with your livelihood, so we'd like to hear from you.
I'm Vadatai. We're talking about 2 nights a week, and entertainment till midnight, 11 to midnight. That's fine, but just hours of operation till 1 a.m. would be great
So if we
for
allow
the
the
bar.
music until midnight and then an hour to shut it down.
Yeah, that's That's awesome for
What
a
about
bar.
what about music till 11 and then give you the 1 to operate?
That's awesome too. I mean, I just till 10 p.m. I mean, that's just tough to
No,
operate.
that's tough. Let's do something for 3 months till 11 o'clock and let him operate until 1 o'clock. For 3 months until we get our report back.
I don't see a whole lot of difference between 10 and 11. I mean, I go out,
Well-
so.
Well, if you, well,
Well, I'm usually
there's a
asleep
difference
an hour
between
by
10,
then.
11 and 12. There's a difference. I would back that to 11 o'clock, and then you close at 1, you're closed by 1 o'clock. That works for me until we find
Does that
out.
help you?
Yeah, close at 1?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I'll make that motion to
we can-
modify the lease for 3 months.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item B2.
Yeah, this was
Modifications to the lease
just sort of
agreement.
came at the last minute, is I was approached, there's a lady who owns, and I had to hurry up and put this on the agenda because it was going quick and I only had an hour to put it on, so
Right.
I put it on. Someone who owns the art gallery in the parking garage. It's been there for 16 years. I believe this woman's owned it for 6 or 7 years. She's just not making it, and she knows that. We made a modification to her lease a while ago and dropped it $500 a month and went to month, and she'd like to drop it down another $500. She's willing to stay, but also go to month, so that, you know, if we find something that can take its place, then she would have 30 days to leave, I believe.
Pete Walsh with the Redevelopment Agency. Under her current lease amendment, she has a 90-day clause to cancel the lease. The forbearance agreement that's before her for her review brings that 90 days to 30 days.
And then the other problem with the forbearance is we add the CAM back in again.
I'm sorry, I have to correct myself. Her 90 days would stay at 90 days. The agency's option to cancel the lease would go from 90 to 30. I'm sorry.
Which means if we want to get somebody in there, we would only give her 30 days to get out, but if she wants to leave, she has to give us 90 days to get out.
That would be correct.
No, she wants this $500 reduction, but you want to charge her CAM fees, so that eats up the $500.
No, there is no CAM fees.
I said that you want to add CAM fees.
No,
No,
sir.
that was a mistake.
Okay, then I misunderstood.
No, sir. Right now, the tenant pays a flat rate of $2,500 a month, which includes CAM and utilities.
Well, the way business is going right now, I recommend we let her have the $500 off. And
Yeah, it's just
we go
better than
ahead.
having, I mean, $2,000 is, now, I don't know if we negotiate this, do we have to give the entity, and how does this work with, who's it, Colliers?
Correct.
We pay them up front when someone signs a lease, correct?
That is correct.
How does it work if the lease changes like this?
If we went forward with a forbearance agreement, we would not have to pay a brokerage fee. If we did a lease amendment, we would have to pay a brokerage fee.
If the lease is lower, what fee do you pay them?
It's negotiated within their contract. It stipulates whether it's a month-to-month contract, if there's reductions or increases. I'd have to review that contract to get you the exact dollar amount.
with the conditions right now, you don't think you can negotiate something with them without?
Well, we won't have to with the forbearance, Mr. Mayor.
No,
That's what I
that's
said. I was
right.
just trying to
That's
follow
right.
through.
That's right.
And staff has been working with this owner for the last several weeks. We do have a forbearance agreement to the owner,
Okay.
which will allow the $500 reduction for a 6-month period of time.
Okay.
At that time, we could either come back to council, or we could renew the forbearance agreement based on if there's any activity or interest in that space.
I think that's what we ought to do.
And you took the CAM out of the forbearance?
That is correct.
Okay, I'll make the motion to approve that forbearance agreement. I don't know, do we even have to do that if you sent that? Is that a motion
Under
we have to do?
previous council action, no.
Okay.
I'd have to defer to legal if
Then
that would be
that's-
necessary.
If we
let's-
don't need to make a motion, then
No.
I won't.
Well, let's do the motion just to support them, and we'll go from
Okay,
there.
well, I'll make the motion to support redevelopment.
Staff doing what they're supposed to
lower
do.
the lease payment by $500 a month, and to keep the CAM charges off as the current lease has it, and it will come back to us in 6 months.
Second.
Have a motion, second, into discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item C2, purchase and sell agreement between Redevelopment Agency and IMG Energy.
Mr. Mayor, Tracy Chase, this is a public hearing, so if you want to formally open it.
Okay, Madam Secretary, have all the notices been sent?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, no correspondence was received.
All right.
Again, Pete Wallish for the record. IMG Energy contacted staff this morning and asked that we pull this item contingent upon them gaining their financing to purchase the property. We've been working with IMG since December 8th on obtaining a new letter of intent, proof of financing, and then also working out some of the negotiations within the purchase and sale agreement. So staff would look to council on either approving the staff report as is, where we can continue to negotiate, bring back any changes in the purchase and sale agreement that IMG is requesting, or if something were to happen where the financing did fall through with IMG, we can then start working with another entity such as Concord Blue that came before council on December 8th and showed interest.
I guess just overall, Mr. Mayor, on this one, I don't know what they're going to come back with, but the whole reason we work with IMG is they were going to build a plant.
Yes.
And that, to me, is the contingency. If they're going to come forward and actually build the plant, then I'm willing to move forward. If they're just going to say, we're going to hold off and not do it for a while, then I don't know whether it's in our best interest to sell it.
It's not in their best interest. The best interest is to look for something else.
Pete, how soon are they going to get back to, will they want a continuance for what, 2 weeks?
They've requested until the end of March. They believe their financing will be in place within 2 weeks. And then once they get notification of that, they'll provide the proof. In the meantime, we can continue negotiations on the purchase and sale agreement.
But in the meantime, can we explore other buyers?
Absolutely. We've been in contact with Concord Blue. This site is one of 2 sites within the city of Reno that they're looking at. They are also moving forward gaining financing. They have not provided that notification. So if something were to happen with IMG, we would then start negotiating exclusively with either Concord Blue or another entity.
Well, do we have an exclusive negotiating agreement with IMG right now?
No, sir.
Okay. So really, it's wide open.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They're the ones that came to us before that they had all this and all that and blah, blah, blah. And when we helped them out, they ran to the other door.
Well, like staff said, I mean, if anybody wants to show up and make a better offer and has financing, then that staff could bring that back to us. And if IMG wants to buy it, they need to accelerate their plans. So.
Absolutely. So give me a motion, Mr. Ashef.
I'll make a motion to continue this until the first week in March.
Okay.
All right, with the understanding you can go out and explore other offers.
Actually, if we can continue it to the second meeting in March, that will give the time frame needed for IMG, and then also work out some of the issues as far as their due diligence, narrowing down the timelines as when they can close.
You want the first meeting in April? Is that better?
Either one works.
Build you some flexibility.
The first meeting in April would be wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, first meeting in April.
Do I have a motion for that? Have a second? Do I have a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Item C3.
Mr. Mayor, I
That's all
think
part of
items
it. We don't need to do
C3 and
anything.
C4 should have the same motion
That's
to
right.
continue it to the first meeting in
Chair
April.
will entertain a motion
Same
to adjourn.
motion for C4 and C3.
Okay.
Second.
Have a motion, second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Move to adjourn.
Have a
Second.
motion,
Mr.
second.
Mayor, you didn't identify future agenda items. If council would like to, that is still on the
Did you
agenda.
understand that I didn't want any future agenda items? Anybody got any agenda items, Mr. President?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I would like to put on the, to open up the agreement with NUCO on the ballroom to allow the city to use the proceeds from naming the facility to pay the debt on the facility.
Because that's a good idea. Have a second?
That's
Have a
just
se-
identification.
Oh, that's right. We can't do it today. Why can't we do it today? It'd be easier. That'll be on our next agenda. Any other items? Yeah, that's right. Any other agenda items? Now I'll take adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. Here we go now. All right, now we go to the legislative. Item J12.
Yep.
What was J11? I don't need J11.
Good afternoon. For the record, Cadence Matievich, Legislative Relations Program Manager, here with the first update from the 2011 legislative session. We are in the third day of the session, and I'm happy to report, to the credit of our legislature, they are hard at work. they are not wasting any time. There are hearings underway. There have been bills heard already. So they have quickly gotten to the very daunting task in front of them to hear a whole lot of bills that have already been filed. As I indicated in the staff report, 260 bills have already been read and referred to committee, including all 3 of the bills that the City of Reno has put forward. We have a hearing on one of our bills, AB 52, on Friday. So that's our bill related to unemployment compensation for seasonal employees, seeking to exempt those employees from eligibility. We anticipate there will be some questions at that hearing that we may need to address, and that it will come back for a work session after that. That's our intent. Our other 2 bills have not yet been scheduled for a hearing. I would note just a couple of things for your calendar that I believe your liaisons have already added to your calendars and communicated to you. But on next Wednesday, February 16th at 5 p.m., the League of Cities and the Association of Counties will be hosting a joint reception for the legislators at the Governor's Mansion at 5 p.m. Certainly, those of you who would be able to attend, a good opportunity to meet with the legislators. And then we also have, the City of Reno will be hosting a legislative breakfast on Friday, February 25th. Again, a great opportunity to meet many of our new legislators, have an opportunity to introduce yourself and educate them about the things that you are doing here.
Where's that?
That will be in the legislative building, room 3100. We'll be certain to, at 7 a.m., from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., it's a come-and-go breakfast reception. We've got a captive audience there then. Many of the committees are beginning at 8 a.m. And already promptly at 8 a.m., so a good opportunity to entice them with a light breakfast and hopefully an opportunity for you to have some dialogue with them about the things that are going on here at the City of Reno. In your staff report is an update, as I said, 260 bills already read and referred to committee on our bills and then the League of City bills. At this point, the only bill that we are seeking a formal council position on is SB 124, which was brought forth by Senator Kiekeffer. There is a summary in your staff report, and I would be happy to answer any questions on that. At this time, staff's recommendation is that the council take a position of support.
Any other questions or anything? Yes. I got a motion. I got a second.
Second.
All in favor say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. We support it.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to jump by the budget here 1 minute, go to J14 so we can get this out of the way. Presentation status report update on extension of letter credit in support of the second senior lien tax revenue refunding bonds on recheck. Madam Manager.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, all this is a 60-day extension on the existing letter of credit with no changes, no cost at this point in time while we try and work out the terms and conditions. So that's all the action. If you'll approve the 60-day letter of extension with no cost to the city, then we are fine.
Move to approve.
Have a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. We could have got you out earlier if you'd just stuck your hand up. All right, now let's go to item J13, the budget.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the way we had structured this, and at the request of one of the council members, which I think was a wise idea, was to have the item come before you, not necessarily for the presentation, but to provide you with the materials and then see if there was additional information you wanted us to provide for you at the full presentation tomorrow night, or if we can answer any questions this afternoon.
What are your wishes right now? You got some questions?
Do we have public comment at all?
I have no public comment cards. Anybody in the public wish to speak? If you do, fill out a blue form, but come on up.
Yeah, I have a couple questions on it, Mr. Mayor, real quick.
All right, let's go.
Is the presentation just going to be these sheets, Donna? Is that pretty much the presentation?
Actually, there's going to be some modifications to the presentations. There will be more. And we have we have gone through and identified other things that we believe are meaningful to the presentation, including some of the slides from the financial plan, or from the planning session on January 20th will be included.
And when you give us these, like in the, I'll just grab one.
Sure.
Public Works budget.
Yes.
Could you put on here what their dollar figure is in the budget for Public Works?
Okay.
I mean, I asked Kevin a lot of questions this morning about these slides, so I got clear about what they all
Okay.
mean. So, but I don't know what the total budget
What
is
the
for
total?
that.
Okay.
And the part of that budget that is we can't touch. Now, because I don't know how you dealt with it as a percentage. Let's say that the budget in Public Works $1,000, but part of the street fund, which is not general fund, might be $50 of that. So how I can calculate both of those?
We can do that.
Well, this is an ugly period of time for us. There's none of us happy doing this. It's nothing that we ran on to do. We do need a lot of help from everybody. I personally think that staff is being very conservative on some of the stuff they're bringing up. I and no member of this council want to lay anybody off, but we have to bring this budget in line by July 1st. We have no choices. We need all the cooperation we can get. All the innuendos about this and that and why we built this or that. I've been in business in this town for over 45 years, and I've never been able to forecast more than 2 or 3 years at a time. Any banker or anybody tells you they can forecast 5 to 10 years, you can look at them and tell them they don't know what they're talking about. But I know in the last couple of years, I was very fortunate to sell a business 2 years ago, 3 years ago now, that I guarantee you would not have closed 90 days later. But the people in Boston that bought me out of the business, my family out of the business, would not have closed that escrow 90 days later. So dealing with some professionals and people looking at it, there's none of us want to lay off anybody, but we need help. But if we're not going to get help, we will balance the budget. We have to balance the budget. And everybody, our bargaining groups and everybody can keep saying, well, we're going to give this or we'll do that. We need them to step up to the plate because the budget is going to be a deal that we need to balance this budget this year. But then we've got to balance the budget for the next year. And we can't do a 3-month deal or a 6-month deal. We've got to do an 18 to a 24-month deal. Now, if we can decide what's back to normal, and that one would be a wild one, then I personally would be willing to open up and look at things. But we got to have a plan and a game that we can come back to where we say, if everything stays this way for X period. But ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at a 2-year budget, at minimum of the 3 months between now and another 24 months before you see this economy come back. And I've dealt with businesses all over the country. I deal with a company called UBS. They're one of the financial institutions in America. I deal with Wells Fargo and the rest of them. None of them are projecting comebacks between now and July. They're not projecting any comebacks over the next 18 to 24 months. So we have to have some long-term planning. Short-term planning does not do us any good. That's where we've gotten before. So again, I personally do not. I've been in business 45 years. I've never laid anybody off. It's always been that if you get 4 days this week and I get 5, the next week you get 4, and I get 4 and I get 5 and you get 4. Everybody works together. And that's what we've got to have. And some of the leadership and some of our bargaining groups are just not stepping up to the plate and wanting to do it, and they're playing like there's nothing really wrong. We have money. They think money in the highway fund can be used for balancing our budget. It can't. It was paid on by the voters to do specific things. We're not hiding anything. You bring some of people that brought in accountants that I guarantee you didn't do the first job of their homework, and that's reading the agreements they worked with. We need help. We need your help. We need all of our employees' help. If we don't get it, we have no alternative but to lay off a lot of people. And we're not just laying off 30 or 12 or 20. You multiply that times 4 people in a family. That's how many people you're putting in jeopardy. We don't want that. We need your help. You either step up to the plate or we have to lay them off. And when we do that, we affect more than just one person. We infect 4 people in there. And I'm not saying that. Nothing makes me sicker than to think about laying off people. But we will do everything we can. But don't come to me with a 30-day deal. Come with me at least for another year, because we have to have something. If we have to have an opening agreement somewhere, let's negotiate it. But I know we're in negotiations. We can't do this. We can't worry about that. People are coming up now from the different groups and saying, well, you know, it takes me another 90 or 120 days to be able to do anything. BS. They've known this problem's been coming for a year. And wanting an extension of time right now is costing people's jobs. So we can't have that. We need to work together. If we're not, I guarantee you, we'll balance the budget. We will balance the budget because the state law says we have to. But don't be asking, well, I've got to have 30 days to call a meeting, 30 days to do this, because that dog doesn't hunt. They've known for a long time they have to call a meeting. Then check their bylaws and make it happen. No way. I don't want to lay any people off. I don't want to cut salaries, but I've got to. I'm willing to cut whatever I make. My council's willing to step up to the plate, and we have. But I need y'all's help. I really need your help. And just because, well, you shouldn't have built baseball, you shouldn't have done this, well, I guarantee you if I had a magic ball, maybe we'd have done different things. But we brought the train track under budget, not at budget, under budget, everything we planned. Only one problem did we have, and that's the West Street Market, because we didn't put an advisory committee together. And as we go through this budget, I'm not going to just listen to what Ms. Druska has to say. I want to know what everybody's got to say. If we've got ways to work it and bend it and make it happen, we'll do it. I'm hoping that we'll have maybe a council person or two that will sit in on some of this stuff and not just depend on staff, then we get the input both ways. Sometimes we can and can't do it because of the way the law is. But our legislature has played kick the can for all these years. And I don't want to irritate them going in, but it's time to quit playing kick the can and let's address the issues we got. And we need your help to do it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
A couple things, and that was pretty passionate. I think all of us up here are under a tremendous amount of stress, including the manager and everybody, about what's before us. But I think at this point in time, I think we need to be putting what we're facing out there, because concessions alone are not going to avoid layoffs this fiscal year. And I think it would be disingenuous, and I know the mayor wasn't trying to say that, but I think that's the choices that we're up against now, is that for this fiscal year, it's going to have to be a combination of things. And I guess I would make the same plea to our bargaining units. I know some of the employees here at the city got raises and step increases, and I understand this council approved all those things. And I think for tomorrow, Mrs. Manager, what I would like to see, and based on the public testimony, is how much this council prioritized keeping jobs, what our reserves were just a couple years ago to where they are now. And I think we need to make that presentation and let the public know, because that was all about preserving jobs. That was all about keeping people employed. We used reserve funds. The council even approved franchise fees, an increase in franchise fees last year that generated about $5 million a year to keep employees there. But I think there needs to be some information. I think that's where we've done a poor job. There needs to be information on the history of where we are with this budget. Would be the first thing that you're requesting for tomorrow. Couple funds, just looking at the limited things that we have. Dispatch overtime. Just going through the budget last fiscal year, I know that we have quite a bit of overtime in dispatch. I want to see, and we also kept 7 positions vacant, Mrs. Manager. What we can do there to bring back that overtime and potentially transfer employees that are going to be affected by the RIF. Maybe they're interested in doing dispatch. Judicial budget, I do have some questions on the courts because that was brought up when we were going through the appointment process. You know, we're looking at reductions in force with our police officers, but yet we're keeping all the marshals in the courts. I mean, I just want to see the expenditures in the court system because that has gone up incrementally, Mr. Mayor. If you look at the budget in brief from last year, where we are with the court.
We can't really tell them about the staffing and stuff, but we do get to tell them how many dollars
But
they
we
get.
have control over their budget, Mr. Mayor. We're under our
That's
budget
what I mean.
obligations, and we were going back through past testimony. We were told that the marshals were going to be revenue generators. So I'm not saying that.
You're right.
I just want to see that in detail, and we're asking to give people a heads up for the budget tomorrow. I'm hoping, Mrs. Manager, too, on the revenue generating positions. Do the CSOs, for example, CSOs 1s, 2s, 3s, do they generate revenue for the city of Reno? Are they self-supporting? And then I do want, I think, on the impacts of, also in the report, the grants. You said that there would be some impacts to grants in some of this funding.
Actually, on one of those slides, it was talking about impacts to grants, but that was a decrease in the grants that the city gives.
I understand that,
you-
so I want to
you
know
wanna see
what
what those are?
those grants are.
Okay.
And then Parks and Rec specifically, I'm going to have some questions about the managers, and I'm hoping that you're going to give this in the presentation. The staff ratio of supervisors to rank and file, that was something that always comes up during the budget discussion is, are we reducing the number of management positions in comparison to the rank and file? And I want to see overtime. My understanding is the overtime in the fire department has been reduced substantially. But we had asked for that last year. Where are we with that? And then the impacts, and I'm assuming both chiefs are going to give us the impacts of the cuts. I'm just not sure. We have this presentation, I understand, but I'm just not sure. I'm hoping that it's going to be a full, in-depth presentation tomorrow, but I think we need to put it out there that even with concessions, there's going to be reductions in force.
You're absolutely correct.
Tomorrow.
Concessions will not do it. And again, I've told the city manager this. I know they're talking about a 7.5% pay cut or stuff like this. I think the number is closer to 12%. But they've got things they've done and to show us what it is. But I think we're closer to asking for 12% pay cuts and stuff that going across the board. But those are things we got to look at and we'll talk about tomorrow evening.
So, and then I think, Madam Manager, what also wasn't in the presentation, what I would like to see is what concessions have been made so far. I'm hoping that's going to be made because I know like IAFF, for example, they made concessions. I know that RPPA made concessions. I know all the groups had made concessions. I want to know what budget year they were for and if they were for this year, because it's been a while now since we did that. So I want to see what those are, because some of them, for example, IAFF, they gave up their COLA concession, and that's a forever concession.
That's correct.
Because we're not paying PERS on that, it never comes back. So, and then some concessions were just for like a year, and then they took back effect. So I think we need to know the ramifications of that. Unemployment insurance, has that been put into this? Because
Yes.
didn't the unemployment insurance rate increase?
The unemployment and the payouts have been put into consideration.
Okay.
And we are preparing a slide that takes it back to the first time we asked for concessions, because everyone came to the table at that point in time. We will have that. We'll have what was one time, what was ongoing, and then we'll have a cumulative, and be able to give you those answers. Those are
Donna,
the-
will you add to that, please, what was asked for? We
Okay.
asked for 10 or 15, and that concession was 4%.
Okay.
So that we can see that we've never hit the mark that we've needed to hit in concessions yet.
Okay.
And that's part of the reason why we're in the position we are today.
Okay.
Well,
Go ahead.
I'm just going to make the same plea, Mr. Mayor. I think, listen, there's some things that have happened, and I think it does no good to go into the past.
Yep.
We have to move forward in the future, and I am just asking all of our employees, I really am, because I think this is going to have a huge impact to service levels as we move forward in the future. And we're operating on a string right now, and I'm just hoping that we can come to the table at least for next fiscal year and try and save as many jobs as we possibly can.
I think that's a desire of all of it. Any other questions? Mr. Ashep?
Yeah, and I've had a chance to share this with the city manager, because I have had an opportunity to meet with some of our union groups. And I think, to me, what I'm hearing is we need to really have a clear direction and criteria that what we expect from our employees.
Right.
And not overcomplicate it. I mean, for example, in the past, and I think we're doing this now, but again, I think we need to have this written criteria that says, look, give the group a target. Whatever that amount is, that's the amount that we're looking for. And if that's 12%, then it's 12%. If that's 12% plus layoffs, that's 12% plus layoffs. If it's that 15% without layoffs, we need to have that kind of flexibility when we sit down with our labor groups, and clearly it's a 2-year solution. I've heard that people want to just take it through the end of this year based on retirements that may occur before the end of the year, but that doesn't give us the long-term solution. And then with flexibility with our groups to basically have those line items that we've seen before when we've sat down with staff and said, look, you choose, whether it's longevity pay, bring them into the fold so they understand what the target number is, what the consequences are, and then also ultimately, give them the opportunity to pick and choose what benefits they need to put on the table, and whether that's contributing to PERS, for example, whether that's freezing wages, whether that's pay cuts. Really, I think from my perspective, it's not, they need to decide what benefits they want to keep. And as long as we hit that target amount, we should be able to balance the budget for at least this fiscal year and the next fiscal year.
Right.
So that's the message that I'm hearing from the employee groups, and I've had a chance to share that with the city manager, and I think we need to continue using that criteria.
If I could just add some consideration on there, and we'll be talking a little bit about that tomorrow night as well. One of the things that we all have to realize is that we have a structural problem, and we have our costs of our employees going up at the same time our revenues are dropping. So we have to look at what items we would be willing to look at, because if I do not make it with cuts in salaries, then I continue to drive the salaries above me up as well. So I have to look at that in terms of fairness to all employees, what it does to the long term on the salary ranges for the employees, and the overall costs to the city. Basically, what we need to do is completely restructure our agreements, and some of that would be with, and we have talked about this before with some of the bargaining units. Some of it would be a 2-tier system within the labor agreements, and some of it would have to be, unfortunately, permanent givebacks by existing employees. We cannot get there without it.
Well, like we say, if Mr. Ashef says, we make it very clear and understanding where we're going, what we got to do, then we can make it happen. Any other comments? Mr. Augustin or George?
I just don't want to repeat everything that's been said, but, you know, you talk 7.5%, 12%, 15%. There also has to be a threshold, which I guess the bargaining groups, I'll use it that way, have to come back and say, you know, there's a threshold where it pays to have a job and not to have a job. And I know there's an alternative, no income versus some income, but there also is, being in business for years, is a threshold where some people can't live with a 12% cut.
That's right.
And we have to be cognizant of where is that line. Everybody's different, I understand, but what is that threshold that makes sense for the person to keep the job or lay one more person off and it's 11% or it's 10%, whatever that is.
Well, that's what everybody's got to look at and decide. And I think everybody so far has shown good faith in working on it, and I look forward to meeting tomorrow night and going through it and working on it. Any other discussion? All right, let's move on down now to item K1, Board and Commission appointments. There are none. Identification of future agenda items. Yes, Ms. Zadra.
Mr. Mayor, can we have on the agenda, there's been kind of a growing concern out in the Double Diamond area, actually at the property that will at some point be a city park that's alongside DePoli School and accessed by the youth athletic leagues and parking. And we've been trying to work with some of those groups, and the issues that need to be, the hurdles that need to be jumped over just seem to be becoming much more frequent in front of us, and I think we need to bring it to the council table and simplify this and resolve the issue.
Put it on the next agenda.
Exactly.
You're right.
And if we can consider, we got a recommendation from a person in our budget process to consider more of the kinds of public cleanups. And the reference that he gave is last year, several of us were out on a Saturday to clean up and ready Northwest Pool, and the recommendation from him was to do Idlewild. I'd like us to look at multiple, not just Idlewild, but multiple uses of how we can enforce and employ teams of volunteers.
Yeah. All right. Any liaison reports? Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, Mr. Asher.
Sorry about that. Same item for me for as Sharon, because Richard J. did contact my office, and we've interfaced with him trying to resolve the problem. And I do think Sharon's right. It needs to be brought up to the policy level. And then at the Shared Services Committee, the other item would be on the Shared Services Committee, we had directed both the city manager and the county manager to basically look at the 3 areas of potential shared services. I'd like to get a status report on that because that was some time ago. And then the county actually on their agenda had approved moving forward with consolidation. Those are my words, not theirs. In fact, forming a technical advisory committee, potentially with senior staff and maybe a few business people. So I'd like that back on the agenda so we can move that ball forward with the county commission. And then as a footnote to that, I would like that to be a standing agenda item, both on shared services and consolidation.
Good. Anything else?
That's more than I've done in about 2 years. Mr.
Yes, it
Mayor.
is. I was going to say, you're catching up in a hurry. Mr. Isaac, you have anything? Mr. Fraser, Mr. Dortch, Augustin, Zadra? All right, now we move to item reports on conference or professional meetings. Hearing none, we'll go to item L4.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure, and I think John knows where I'm going with this, that we don't open it up everywhere because there's residential in that plan, but there is a vacant parcel on Airway Drive that's been sitting there, a code violation. They'd like to do a nice commercial development there. They're just prohibited by code. So I don't know if you can do it major arterial or how that happens and require a special use permit, but right now it's not allowed. So this would just allow them to make that amendment to the plan.
Okay.
So I'd make that motion.
Okay. Second? Second. All in favor say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item L5, discussion potential loading zone at the Great Basin Community Food Co-op on Court Street.
Yes, Mr.
Augustine and I both met with the people from the Great Basin Community Food Co-op, and they're going to be building I think, a really wonderful facility over there. It's really going to help. What they needed was a loading zone on Flint Street so that their trucks and people who come pick up their food there can have a loading zone. We met with people from VSA, which is right across the street. They're in favor of it. So I'm not sure how the process actually works. If we could just do it here, I would move that we give them the loading zone upon their C of O to make sure it gets done. They don't do it now when they get their certificate of occupancy or.
Sounds good to me. Do I have a second? I have a second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, quickly,
Mr.
when you say give them a zoning loan, it's still city property, but.
Oh,
they
yeah,
have-
it's just right now it's got meters.
Okay.
So it would just turn into a loading zone.
Okay, all right.
Motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Move to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Have motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, don't count. This meeting's adjourned.
Tracy, did we have a legal?